All right, straight to the motherland.
Can y'all hear me?
I can't hear you, Dallas.
I can't hear you, Dallas. Can you hear me, Gina?
I can hear you, but I can't.
Now you can hear me.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Somebody's got a big delay there.
Somebody what?
Turn your volume down.
Me?
Yeah, I think you have a little bit of a delay. Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Dem Misfit Black Girls. We are live.
What up?
We are on your social media doing special DNC 2020 coverage. I am one of your wonderful. Okay, please, whoever is watching something, please turn their volume.
Yeah, I think you have a little bit of a delay. Hello, everyone.
I'm still hearing delay.
Black girls, we are live. We're on your social media doing special DNC.
Oh, you know what? There we go. Sorry about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I had
Thank
the Facebook Live on so I could watch the chat.
Hey, it's the first time for everybody. Anyone tuning in, we are watching the chat. Please join us. If you are watching, please share. Please go to our Facebook link, share it out with folks. I am Dallas Fowler, as I was trying to say. I am one of your fantastic Dem Misfit Black Girls who are a progressive, proud, and delegate this year for the 2020 convention for Senator Bernie Sanders. We were delegates. Hey, you know, it is what it is. We do what we do. And we fight for progressive causes. And that's why we're here today, is to break down and dispel some of the myths about Black women in the Democratic Party and Black women in the progressive movement all over. And so I will get into a little bit more about ourselves individually in a second, but I just want to bring in my fantastic co-hosts and Miss Deana Becker and Miss Jeanna Harris.
What up?
Hey, bam.
And Deana is, we all met. The reason why we pulled this together is because we all met during the 2016 convention. We were, well, not the convention, just prior to that, but Deana and I prior to that, but we met with Jeanna at the 2016 convention, and we were going through an experience that we'll never forget. We had a completely different experience, right? And but now we got them to stay in the party, be more active in the party, and now they are both. One is elected, and another one is serving as finance committee for the state party of California, Democratic Party. You both take some time to introduce and talk about why this was important for you to pull this together, and then we'll get into everything.
Okay.
Whoever wants to go first.
My name is Deana Becker. Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Wow. Dallas actually suckered me into getting involved in politics. we met at a movie night several years ago, and that's when they were starting to do the elections for ADEMS. And I'm not sure if our audience knows what that is, and that's part of the problem. Why there's so much confusion with voting and how the system works is that a lot of people don't know about ADEMS, and that's actually the start of the whole political process, really, locally, for all of us. And so what ADEMS is, it's an election that is tied to your assembly district where you live, and there will be an election. Anyone can run. And usually they choose 7 men and 7 women. And that actually puts you into the party within your state. And that is your voice in the actual Democratic Party in your state. And so that's how I met Dallas. She was telling me about ADEMS because there was an empty spot on a slate in my district, and I ran and I won. And so now I am serving my 2nd term, and I am also on the finance committee for the California Democratic Party. And that's a new position for me. It's been interesting, definitely.
A long, hard fought.
Pardon?
process for Black women.
Yes,
I was saying
definitely.
long, hard fought process for Black women in the party. That's correct.
Yes. And so, yeah, that's how I got involved. And it was definitely a learning curve because, before I got involved with being a delegate, I myself thought that all there was to politics was voting for president, and that was it. And boy, there's a lot to learn. And so I highly recommend you all stick with us, not just for tonight, but ongoing, because we're going to delve deeper into how this process works and how your voices can be heard. Take it away, Jeanna.
You were doing such a good job. I was just like, well, cool. I'm about to start interacting with people. So I'm Jeanna Harris, and I met these two lovely ladies back in 2016 organizing for Bernie. Honestly, I can't tell you the exact moment where I met you guys. I really can't. I can't remember. I think the trauma has really blocked some of this out of my brain. But I do know for sure we were together at some point throughout the DNC in Philadelphia, going through that trauma together. So we all received, we all kind of, had that same trauma. And then, of course, coming back and, where do I go next? Myself, when I say I am an outlier, I came from Indiana. I moved here in 2013. I was a little woke. When it came to issues, but I really didn't get involved. So when I came out here in 2015 came around, I talked to my dad, who's no longer with us, but I told him, I don't think Hillary's going to be able to do it. And he handed me this article from Mother Jones about Bernie Sanders. It was a very long article, but it went into all of Bernie's background. And I said, you know what, that's the guy. I like that guy. And, I just started looking him up and everything. So make a long story short, that was what got me going. And I started going to events and organizing. And, I met a lot of people through that. And then after the DNC, it was, okay, well, where do we go next? We're fired up. We're pissed off. And, we kind of got this reality check of what this is, it wasn't democracy. That's for damn sure. And, we were really pissed off. So where do we go next? So then here comes the ADEM elections, what Deana explained. And so I ran in my district. Unfortunately, in 2017, I was the alternate number one. So I didn't get an actual elected spot. But from a nobody, which they get on me from saying nobody, but meaning I have no name recognition or had no name recognition back in that time. And to get to alternate one was to me a very big thing. And then I became, appointed. So I still was going to conventions. I didn't stop. And then I started looking at Dallas and her mom, Carolyn. And mind you, Dallas and her mom were a house divided in 2016. Carolyn went through Hillary. Dallas was going for Bernie. It was a house divided. So, I saw, and so
we'll have a special segment on that.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that. But anyway, so I started, I saw the pressure Dallas was under, and I looked at her and I said, you know what? She's someone I can learn from. So I started talking to Dallas. She started spilling the tea a little bit on who's who in the party. I started learning. I got involved. I kept going to conventions. I started, piecing together who's the clique, who's the power, who's this. And here I am, now here we are in 2020, and now I'm elected to the LACDP. I did get elected ADEM as the highest vote getter in 2019. And now in 2020, I'm a LA County Central Committee member, which with over 28,000 votes for my district. And that all came from this starting in 2016. That lit that fire. So that's who I am. And there we go.
Let's delve even further into that and come back into the conversation, because I think that, hold on, I want to give us some space here. I think we had a number of situations where that brought us together, even more so after Bernie, after that first convention.
Even further into that and come back into the conversation.
Somebody's got something playing, and I need them to turn it down.
Deana, are you watching the live again?
Put yourself on mute. Okay, so we had a number of races take place within our own state party. And so We had folks like Kimberly Ellis who ran for chair, and that was a long
Ooh, that was
fought
a hell of a convention.
battle that we have to write a book and documentary about later to go
Yeah.
into that. But fantastic, fabulous, brilliant Black woman who ran for chair at that time. And my mom also ran for secretary at that time of the California Democratic Party. This is all CDP. And they both missed it by very narrow margins, but we went in and we did a deep dive and an audit of those ballots, and I truly believe that both of them were robbed. And it made a big statement to me as somebody who has really spent over 20 years of Democratic Party activism and working to get more people involved and engaged in voting Democratic. And so if I can't see myself reflected in the leadership, is this a space for me? And so for the last 2 years, I've sort of been on this journey to really figure out, is the Democratic Party the space for me? And I want you to know, let me just preface all of this by saying this isn't, yes, we're Dem Misfit Black Girls, but we've been put in the category of Dem Misfits because of our progressive beliefs. And it's like we're this misnomer, and we are quite in I won't say majority, but we are in very good company when it comes to these policy issues that are really impacting us. So what we did was last year was really issue a challenge to Black women across our state to run for these county central committees memberships across the state. I don't care who you are. If you're in the party, you're Black, you're a woman, you should be running. If you're Black, you should be running. We need representation, because when you run for office in the county of Los Angeles right now, which I did not run, but I was seeking to run. I was going to run for our LA City Council here. I, as a Black woman, sat in a committee room of 30 individuals, of only 2 which were African American, for a predominantly African American voting base. And that is who decided. So a predominantly white Latino group body is who decided who the party was going to endorse in my predominantly Black voter district. And so it's those types of instances that bring us to this fight and bring us to this type of dialogue to let people weigh in and find out. And of course, we're doing the DNC coverage. We are your official California delegates. Okay, and we're bringing in other delegates. We got some Joe Biden delegates coming in here. This isn't just a whole Bernie thing, but tonight Bernie is speaking, so we're getting ready for Bernie.
Yes,
so,
it is Bernie night.
But there will be some other delegates joining us, and folks that had voted for Joe, and people who are just ready for Kamala and Joe, and to just get this tramp out of office. Okay, so
First and foremost,
do we have? I think we've got 2 folks, but I think we wanted to roll into the polytainment report, because I want to bring on our other co-host, who has been a fantastic woman with us, in our sister in the movement. She was with us when we were in Philadelphia for the 2016 commission. And this is just my girl for years. And you have seen me around LA, around the country with her. Her name is Melina Lawrence. She is an actress, writer, producer. And we met working, I think at one point in time, we both were working with Tavis Smiley doing production or something back in the days. And so I'm bringing her in now. And so throughout this week, Melina is going to come in with our polytainment report. I'm bringing you in now, sis. She's coming in with our polytainment report. She does the polytainment report. Melina Lawrence, welcome.
Hey. What's up, ladies? Oh my gosh, this is such a dope moment. Congratulations on the launch of the platform and inviting me to share this moment. As we all know, it's a historical time, but it's go time. So we are all go time women, and we definitely are some misfits. I'm happy to be a part of this platform, and thank you again for all of y'all for just welcoming the Polytainment Report, as we can just grow and just go for it.
So we're not. Oh, Melina, you got something playing somewhere, or put yourself on? No.
Oh, it might be the air conditioner. It's bad.
No, you're fine now. It's
No, we
just an
heard
echo
the
when
echo.
I talk. So as long as you don't have, okay, we're good. Sorry, folks. We're gonna have those little stops.
Yep.
We're in a
Ironing
heat
out
wave
the
in California. Our Wi-Fi has been wacky all day because in SoCal we have record heat and it's impacting everything. So
Yes.
thank you for bearing with us. But Melina is here, and we are going to pull in some footage from her polytainment report today. Her interview was great. She interviewed actress Bernadette. Oh shoot, let me pull her photo in.
Bernadette Speaks.
Yeah, Bernadette Speaks and her daughter Sahara Speaks, and they were able to talk about the activism that they did. And you'll remember Bernadette if you are a fan of the film Love Jones, like I am. You will remember her and you will know her when you see her. And it was really fantastic. And so what I'm doing is trying to pull in the little opening so we can pull in a little bit of Melina's report. Hang tight.
We got this.
Got you.
Hang tight. Or y'all keep filling it in.
Well, I'll just state while Dallas is rolling into the report, I'll just let you guys know that we talked about the importance of voting since it seems like our votes are on the chopping block. So just as we're out here in the streets protesting for Black Lives Matter, the next step is that we have an election and it's beyond a presidential year. It's a double year and it's local and it's national. So Bernadette, her daughter, along with other actors and activists here in Los Angeles are getting together and mobilizing around voter education. And we're partnering with them with the polytainment. Awesome.
Okay.
It was supposed to go to your report. We're going to work these kinks out, folks.
Yeah,
I'm
love
not
it.
a full-time producer, but I'm just going to share my screen.
And we'll just hear what they have to say on how they're taking action to the polls.
Yeah. Okay, guys, maybe keep talking. We're doing a little load.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I know we're going to talk about this later, but one of the things I'm hoping that they will address aside of the Voter Rights Act is how we are going to protect the vote across the country as people are doing early voting, mail-in ballots, with the United States Post Office under siege by our own government. So it's just it's such a quagmire. I think it's like a bad dream and we're gonna wake up. But in reality,
you use the word quagmire. Can I tell you, people, pause. This is Black Girl Educated right here. She used the word quagmire, and I'm not talking about Family Guy quagmire. I'm saying she used quagmire in the correct space. So I just had to stop that for a minute. This is the Misfit Black Girls. Anytime I can put a crown on a Black woman's head, I'm going to do it. And I just got to stop that. So I'm sorry. Carry on.
Well, it is. I mean, y'all tell me. Shoot, I've been following UPS trucks. Okay, I'm not crazy, but I have been following mail trucks if I'm at the stoplight to see where they're going. I have. Because I'm like,
yes, you're not crazy.
I don't know. I mean, and I'm doing it during the daytime. I'm safe. I'm like, okay, who is he? Where is he? And is he taking that truck back to the yard? Now, I haven't followed them yet where they get actually to the yard. I'm just curious. Is he going to go to a mail drop like another neighborhood? Or is he going to keep riding straight, veer off left, and disappear? Like in this big pickup truck. I don't know. Like Mack truck. They just eating up. It's weird. We're in a weird time.
Now, you're absolutely right. I would have never guessed that I would have had to fight for
I think we're ready to
You got it, Dallas? Okay.
Good job,
I think
Dallas.
she's ready to.
Yeah, but I
All right.
would have never thought I would have had to. I'm sitting here to fight for the damn post office. The one thing I have to fight for the damn post office. Are we serious right now?
See, I'm wondering if we're going to have to get some foot soldiers on election day just to follow the ballot.
No, it's got to be before election day.
That's the action. That's one of the action items. We have to. If you're not going to be a poll worker, I would say we need to mount up like security and literally secure our vote.
So
It's
LA
like
vote.
that.
Yeah, so if you we need poll workers because typically poll workers are our elderly, and right now we cannot. Our elderly are at risk. We cannot have them out in the polls. So here's my thing: early voting is the key. If you wait till November 3rd to vote, it's too late. You have to vote ahead.
It's readily available.
But okay, I see Dallas got it ready. Go ahead, Dallas.
Okay. Madam.
You got it. But yeah, early voting is going to be where it's at. Ballots are going to be mailed out starting October 5th. I think early voting is going to start at the polling centers on October 24th, I believe. So do me a favor. My birthday's in October. Vote in October. Okay, that is your birthday gift to me. It is absolutely flipping free.
Mine too, sis. I'm gonna join you in that. Can I raise you that?
Let's do that. Your birthday gift to me is to vote in October. You must vote in October. That is your thing. We have to vote early.
They know about it.
And
really, I have people that are not still ready to vote. They don't know how they want to vote. Today, like, did you hear what's going on with the mail-in ballots? And you still have the mailman that picks it up, so you can still, get it in. But then I'm like, did you even register to vote? Like, I don't know. You actually have a dialogue and do your own research, and then find out for yourself on your own views. I've had people explain that they don't know about it. It does get real. I have people that are like not still registered to vote. They don't know how to vote. I just actually got today, like, did you ballots? And I'm like, yeah, but the mailman that picks it up, so you can, get it in. But then I'm like, did you even register to vote? They're like, I don't know what to register as. And so it just gets like this melting of like this crash course, and then you don't want to be part of it anymore. You're almost like, it doesn't matter. Like, vote doesn't count, right? Last year, the popular vote was for Clinton, and she didn't win.
Right.
So then you're like, why am I voting?
Right.
What's the purpose of it? It doesn't mean anything.
Right. The purpose of an electoral college. What's the purpose of, voting on election day when we got hijacked today, or we got hackers from other countries? So you're bringing up some valid points.
Yeah. If I know that I need to take this, how many other, and then I'm personally connecting with, I was like, at first really research on what you're voting for. And
I think we're having some connectivity issues on that video.
Say that again.
No, I was just saying that we're having some connectivity issues.
And they're asking me, and I was like, biggest thing for millennials and Gen Z is make it accessible and make it simple. The moment that the moment it becomes complicated, it's like, I'm over it. I'm not interested. I'm good. Like, you know, I'm seeing people now they're like, oh, the president's like both of them.
It's like the emoji.
Yeah, it's that. So
Definitely.
I would, you know, the survey I thought was a really point to start out. How do we really cater? It's going to be beneficial, and I wanted it to kind of be like, hey, if you couldn't make the event, but you tell how create your own circles of a community to make it easy for you to kind of like putting together, almost like with more hands out.
Yeah, I think that this video is making a very good point. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm seeing the chat, so I know that you guys are seeing the connectivity issues. But the video, she's making a very good point. As a millennial, we have to definitely. We want voting to be accessible, but at the same time, we have to do our just in. What is the way that we can, we're going to be able to, you know, if they want to keep us under control,
just because of
why make it easy?
Biden Harris ticket here. That's I'm talking all week about this ticket, also about the issues. So go in and tell me what matters to you the most from your perspectives as a family and individually.
So how do you want to go? Or you want me to go?
Okay, I can go. I think for me, it's been.
We can't hear you, Dallas.
But no, that was a good discussion, Melina. She was right on. That's the conversation I've been having. Were you going to say something? Dallas, are you there? We still can't hear you, Dallas.
I hear you, Dallas.
I can't hear her either.
But yeah, what you were saying is exactly what I faced when I was working, you know, in Lamert in South LA for Bernie. Was, you know, a lot of people who felt just like, what's the point, you know? And that's the hard thing. And that's what I'm trying to tell the Democratic Party. It's not just about a fear campaign. We can't just run a fear campaign, even though now that's basically what we have. That's all we have. But we have to give the community something to vote for, because truthfully, I tell people all the time, I'm not scared of Trump, honestly. I'm like, because I feel like my community suffered under every single fucking administration. It's just that with Trump in office another 4 years, they may put my ass back on the Clotilda and ship me back to West Africa, wherever the hell it was I came from. So, you know, that's why Trump has to go. But when it comes to running just this fear campaign of, well, we're not Donald Trump, that's not going to work for the youth vote, because we're struggling, we're suffering at that. Like, I feel like I'm fucking 65 and I'm only 32. So, you know, we need to know that if we're going to put you in office, you're going to do the work to make my life better. And right now, I don't think a lot of people are delivering on that.
And I just have to say, I don't think it's all fear-based here in our communities across the country, because I feel like we're, as a community, as, you know, the expression of Black Lives Matter, and then our allies and whoever else is being progressive in a way that I'm sure we'll get into what progressive really is. But those who are really pushing the envelope to take a stand, I'm pushing through all that fear, and I'm asking people in our communities to push through the apathy and the fear, so that their voices and their vote can be counted and heard. Because all the pressure that we're experiencing right now, yes, it's some fear, but it's also so much uncertainty. And I don't think Americans have ever felt this level of uncertainty, ever. You know, even through slavery, we had things that were just certain. Even in
like
slavery,
we were slaves, and that was certain.
You had no purpose. You slave. You know what I'm saying? So right now, we're not slaves. We are certain. You know, there's so many injustices, and I feel like to release that pressure, You know, we got to build, heal, and let people know ways they got to take action. And then we got to create our own way to make sure we vote. This is the most creative time in the world right now. So that's what our guests were really drilling in on. And the communication is in our society right now. What are we going to do to make it through this? And we still can't hear Dallas.
Yeah, we still can't hear you, Dallas. Did you change the audio settings from when you did the video?
Well, should we bring Bridget in, our special guest?
I think we said
I think that's what I'm trying to do.
All right, then. Well, I'll go ahead and introduce our special guest. Tonight, we have a special guest. We are going to be celebrating Black-owned businesses all week. And tonight, we have a very special guest. Her name is Bridget Coulter, and she is one of the founders of Blackbird House, which is located right here in Los Angeles in Culver City. And bring her in, Dallas. I'm so excited to see Bridget.
Black girl magic.
Yes. And in case everyone else doesn't know, Bridget is also an amazing actress.
Hi.
Hi, Bridget.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Uh-oh,
Okay,
where'd Dallas go?
She'll be back.
Okay, got it. Hi, Dallas. She's been to Blackbird, too. Hi, y'all.
Hey.
Hey.
Hi.
Melina.
So,
how you doing?
First, I want to ask you, Bridget, because I know that you had our illustrious Senator, Kamala Harris, at Blackbird House. Could you please tell us how that experience was for you?
Just magical. That's it. Nothing, I don't know how, but it was amazing, actually. I consider her a friend. I have supported her campaign since she ran for AG of California, then senator. So it's been over a decade. And I really, got to know her and her heart. And so when all the stuff was happening, I'm going to tell you, it was not an easy person to support because I got a lot of flack from people. People questioned me. They told me they didn't like, look, as a Black woman, I've been told many times, like, you're bossy, or I don't like you, so I stayed steadfast.
Heard that.
Oh my God. So I just stayed steadfast and was like, yeah, no, that's my girl. And here's what I know she's about. Here's what I know she's trying to do. And, it was definitely a challenging campaign. And, you and I, Deanna, we sat at dinner, Bernie, Kamala, did it but with love, like with mad love. But the respect of, that's a beautiful part of this process is that we have the ability to have choice and to consider what people's voting histories are. And those are important things. And nobody's perfect. Like, I really don't want to be judged on what I did 15 years ago. So I would like to know that I've evolved and I'm a better person. And, so with Blackbird, she was our first official event. Once we got our lease, she was our first event. And she came before we even opened because with her schedule, she was about to leave. And it was really generous. We didn't have the kind of money to fundraise that the other groups had. And she just came with us as if we had raised $50,000 for her. She just came in like we were as important. She was real comfortable and herself. And I think she felt the love. And, we were able to ask a lot of questions and just having her inaugurate our space. And then 1 year later to be our first African-American Indian, East Indian candidate is just like such an honor. So I feel like that was a beautiful thing for Blackbird. And then when her campaign, obviously when she ended her campaign then I was like, okay, I'm going 100% Warren because I'm like, it's got to be a woman. And I voted for Warren and it was like Biden won. Not that it wasn't my choice. It wasn't like, let me tell you, I was on his side. Whoever, if they had nominated the paper bag next to my takeout, I would have been going for it. And I think what we have to do now, and I don't know about your guys, but like when I'm on social media and I'm seeing my friends still go, oh, it's Kamala now, I'm not even going to vote. So you would choose this misogynistic, evil, lying, corrupt. I don't know how you guys feel, but I kind of don't like this dude that's in office right now. And you would, yes, and you would give your vote up because you're upset about a candidate who did her job and made choices that maybe she would make differently. None of us, maybe some of you have been prosecutors, but you know, it's a very complicated thing. So I guess for me, to harken back to Blackbird, it was a beautiful thing to have a Black woman come to, and a multicultural like woman of color in our space to inaugurate it. And then we had Warren's campaign. We invited all the campaigns, so whoever would come, we opened the doors.
And for our audience that doesn't know exactly what Blackbird House is, could you explain that?
Absolutely. So it is the first co-working collective for women of color. We put our stake in the ground in Culver City. We have this beautiful space. We had a 1-year pilot, and then our plan was to move into our.
What happened?
What happened?
I think we got reset. Okay. Okay. So Blackbird is a collective for women of color and her allies, and it's centered on women of color. We have productivity, wellness, and community as our pillars, and wellness was central. It was like we had a meditation house. We were in that space for 1 year, and then we were supposed to move into our flagship. March is when we were planning to do our May move, and as we all know, COVID devastated us. We were killing it. We had beautiful events. Anybody who's been there, like the space is 12,000 square foot, chic, gorgeous. We had an opening party with 500 women. It was like a family reunion.
Kombucha on tap.
On tap.
On tap, darling.
Folks. It don't get no better than that.
On tap.
Kombucha on tap. Everything. So it was a beautiful space, and it will come back. So now we've paused the flagship. We're going to open in the new year. The landlord's been very great, but we moved out of that space. Sony had the lease after us. We did not have any option to extend, but the space we have in Culver City in next year is stunning. So I can't wait for you guys to see that.
Congrats.
Thank you. But we've been virtual. So now we're virtual. We have Blackbird Collective virtual, and we are loving it. We have about 300 members. We have 4,500 followers, about 190,000 impressions. So we're just building this organically, and we're still serving the wellness. Now we do the wellness online. We do these events. We have talks in Zoom and IG Live. It's been and global. As you guys know, this virtual lets us, we've had sign-ins from Zimbabwe, South Africa, France, UK, and Sweden and Hawaii and all these. So it's just been like national and global. Awesome. So we're excited and we're pivoted and we're trying to make the best of this crazy time.
So where can everyone find you on the social medias?
Okay, you can find us at the.blackbird.house on Instagram and Facebook, and then it's Blackbird_house on Twitter. But again, Black-owned business. We started with a group of multicultural women who started this as our founding advisory. And we love what our team is building. We love our members are amazing. And it's really for professional women of color and focused on our needs and balancing all of those needs with wellness, as you know. So we have an event with Biden and an event with Kamala that we're doing later in the next couple months. So.
Oh, nice.
I just want to say now that I can be heard. I know it's a conspiracy. Yeah. Hi, Bridget.
Hi, Dallas.
It was so awesome to come to the opening of Blackbird. Yeah. I mean, when we were there, just that space was so wonderful. The energy, the vibe. There was just they even had classrooms and staging for live engagement and conversation. And I really look forward to us coming out of this COVID crisis and coming back even stronger than we were before. You know, it is a fertile time. I feel like this year is very much about sowing seeds, and the things that you sow to this year could be around for many, many years to come. And I think that's the idea that a lot of Black women really need to have in terms of entrepreneurship. I've been a business owner for over 10 years, and we have the highest numbers of new businesses being started and founded are by Black women. And so we're getting out there because we have reached the ceiling so many times in corporate America. And a lot of things that we don't always talk about is the balance, right, between generations, where you can just hit a limit where you're in there and you're competing with, people who could be your mom or people who could be your aunt or your older sister. And so when our generations are starting to collide, we don't have enough competition. That means that we need to spread out and start our own businesses. And so I'm really glad that you are doing this work, and I'm still a fan. You know what? I don't know what movie was I watched yesterday. It was something with you and Lawrence Fishburne, and I want to
was so fun.
Yeah.
Always Outnumbered. A Walter Mosley movie.
Okay.
That was fun.
I'm a huge Walter Mosley fan. And Always Outnumbered. Check it out. It's on YouTube, or it's on a few different mediums. You can find it and check it out. She's doing phenomenal work in that.
Thank you.
Watch the old school Black movie, because when you do that, you start to learn about what we were going through in those times, and you see some things may not be so much different 20 years later, 15 years later, 50 years later. So thank you so much for coming on with us.
Thank you.
And we're gonna
Thank you so much.
We talked about Kamala. We were saving that for the Kamala night, the Kamala dialogue.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, it's Bernie night, and I would
it's
be
all
so.
good.
It's all good. Bernie
about
has to
Kamala
have a
every night.
position, right? But Bernie has to be part of this administration, because Bernie has been for real forever.
Yes.
Like, you cannot find, all you see is Bernie has been down for the cause. So there's nothing but love for Bernie. And y'all have Bernie night celebrated. It's well deserved. And there are no complaints over here. But yeah, so thank you. Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget.
Alice, I'm so glad you enjoyed it, and you really got it spot on. And that's what we're about. We're about highlighting women of color in business and making sure that we access and connect with each other. So let's keep it up. Thank you for what you're doing. Congratulations on your show.
And just
Thank
one
you.
more time, everybody can follow Bridget or the Blackbird House at
the.blackbird.house on Instagram, and that'll lead you to everything else.
Fantastic.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Pieces.
Oh, that was
dope.
That was dope. Okay, so we're gonna have a lot of that was dope moments.
Yep.
I want to shout out to people that have come in to the room to say, "Hey, I see my brother P. Frank Williams, writer, producer, director, Big Sting, TV One Unsung. I mean, they beat out even some of my friends' shows.
They beat out Push Out. They even beat out again. I'm saying. See that dope, bro.
Stall us out one year. Y'all win all the time. Stall us out. Okay. So John Snitzer is in the building, one of my number one allies, my Jewish brother. Thank you, John Snitzer. How are you? Melissa Demian, our girl in the fight.
Melissa.
What's up, Melissa? And I see some other fantastic folks that have joined us. Marvin Stowall, Tawana Newman, to the Newman family. Happy 50th.
Yes, happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary. Happy 50th, Kelsey. We love you. And we've got friends from around. And so we're getting ready to get into this convention, right? I'm getting ready to pull everything in.
Right now, the pre-show, they have CeeLo Green singing on the pre-show right now. It's coming out via Twitch.
Let me see if I can pull. If you can give me that link, Jeanna, I'll pull it in and we will watch. You guys will be able to see what's going on.
I can't put it in the chat, so I don't know how.
Put it in the chat on Facebook.
Oh,
are you on Facebook?
Yeah, no, actually, I came off Facebook because of the feedback, but let me do that right now.
Okay.
CeeLo over there singing his little heart out.
What song he's singing right now?
I got one. I've been driving around in my own.
Well, right now it's going like that song "Crazy."
The dancing heart, I swear, that was classic. I was like, only CeeLo.
There you go. Put it in
I need to be singing for the DNC.
Like,
we're all going through it, folks. We're all going through it. But this week, we are going to have some fantastic folks come on and join us and laugh with us. Hey, Singbird, thank you for coming and saying something and laughing with us. We see you guys. You guys comment, share it. This is a conversation that doesn't get to happen often. So, we got to do it. But
can I just say, y'all, the whole time Bridget was talking, I'm such a visual person and I have high sensory. I kept thinking about the food served at opening night at Blackbird. I just want to tell her. So, Bridget, when you see this, whoever the chef was, just keep bringing them back. There was multiple chefs there that night, and that food was so good.
And was it all vegan? I think it was all vegan that night.
Wait, was it all vegan?
It was. It was a vegan menu that night.
I mean, the spread. Somebody, man.
You know what, Jeanna?
Yeah.
You may have to email that to me. I'm sorry, it's like not letting me copy from here.
Lord. Well, you know what? Who knows Restream? I need a back end person to do this so we can just have fun. I'm like, who out here wants to contribute to the cause and knows Restream?
Okay.
Alice needs to be out here having fun. She's too busy over here trying to figure out all the technical stuff, and she can't have fun with us. And so I know one of y'all want to help us. Somebody, y'all want to seem cool. You want to be with the cool kids.
Gina bought in the dog.
I don't think
I just sent it to you, Dallas.
Let's see.
Well, so the pre-shows are all on Twitch. I looked at the DNC schedule. It looks like the pre-shows are all going to be live on Twitch.
Okay. So I'm pulling that up.
And now that I mean, we've got 6 minutes. I mean, there's nobody performing now. Now they're just doing commercials. I wouldn't pull it up.
I'm just pulling up whatever their feed is. We just want to have it in here. So
Oh well, if you want the DNC feed, then let me send you the feed to the DNC because that's on live. That's YouTube.
Yeah, because aren't the performances on a separate platform?
Well, the pre-show was. So the pre-show performances were on Twitch, but the actual DNC is streaming on YouTube live stream. So let me send you that link. And
I've got that. Yeah. I've got that link. It's on Countdown. I've got that already set up. It was the Twitch.
Oh well, then I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about going because they're just now. We got 5 minutes.
Is CeeLo the last performer on Twitch right now?
No, I think actually I'm looking. I see Aloe Black is performing.
Oh, we gotta support Aloe.
Shout out to Aloe. Aloe did our Prince tribute for the city of Los Angeles. He was one of the fantastic artists, along with Eric Benet, Faith Evans, Capital Cities, a host of wonderful, fantastic came out and did that for Prince with us. And so we love Aloe Black in the city of Los Angeles.
And his new song is dope.
Is it Twitch or is it? I don't need. You know, I'm a little older. I'm an older millennial. I don't know all this stuff. Twitch isn't featuring CeeLo Green, so shame on the party for that.
Well, he performed earlier.
This should be at the top of the page. Okay, well, we may not be pulling that in. I have to have my links ahead of time. Oh, let me take that post off. I see you too, cousin. My fantastic Amber Meshach. I see you in here. If you guys are in the dialogue, We see you, family. Thank you. There's the link to the Twitch.
Hello Black Food song is called My Way. If you guys have not listened to it, it's dope. It's inspirational, kind of gives you a perspective of where you are and where you're gonna go. And no matter what, don't let the times hold you down. Just push through it, and we're gonna do it our way. So we're gonna have to unite though. That's all I'm gonna say on it. My Way, Aloe Black, new track.
So while we have this few minutes, I want to talk about the caucuses today. You know, we have.
I do have some footage to pull in for later. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we could talk about. You know, we could wait on that. Then I just made some notes. I really, you know, me and caucuses. I have a very thick filter for bullshit. So my attention span really.
Before you get into that, can you explain to some of the people who might be watching who don't even know what a caucus is? What that is?
I don't know what a caucus is. To me, it's a meeting. To me, it's a meeting of people. No, I'm kidding. But it's, you know, the Democratic Party or parties. They have, you know, caucuses or groups of. It's like a meeting group of people surrounding a topic or identity. For example, you have the Black Caucus, and we have this in all levels of the Democratic Party. Well, the state and national level, not all levels. So you have state and national levels. So your state probably does have a Black caucus and probably has a women's caucus. And these are open to the public. I know in California, when we have our conventions, that's typically when our caucuses meet. And these are open to the public. Like I said, you don't always have to be elected. You can just stroll your ass right to the convention, say, I'm going to a caucus, I'm a caucus member. You don't even have to be a member, really. And you can join in and see what they're talking about. And so these caucuses, we talk about, you know, elections, events, you know, the issues that are going on that are facing that community. So, for example, the Black community, or, you know, women, or, you know, LGBTQ, or seniors, or rural caucus. Like I said, there's so many different caucuses for so many different subjects, identities and subjects. So today there was a slew of caucuses that met, but we decided to kind of like focus in on the ones that, you know, maybe are more related to our cause and our kind of what we're doing right now. So of course the Black Caucus and the Women's Caucus, but the Hispanic Caucus met, the Labor Council met, the AAPI, which is the Asian American Pacific Islander Caucus met. There are a lot of caucuses in the Women's Caucus that met today. The reason why I say I have a thick filter for caucuses is, to me, it's a cheer session.
You said thick filter for bullshit.
I have a thick filter for bullshit. And, you know, sometimes I see that everybody just wants to be like, oh my God, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, oh my God. And, you know, I don't really see these people out here in the streets putting on the hustle. So that's the reason why for caucuses, I just have a thick filter. You will see me in there for a little bit. You might see me pop out. That's just how I am. That's me keeping it real. That's why I'm a misfit. Because I don't just, oh my God, yes, yay. That's just not me. So the caucuses that, you know, like, I mean, I kind of was in on the Black Caucus. I had some technical issues. I don't know if it was my Wi-Fi, but I tried to put some comments in the chat in the Black Caucus about how action equals votes. It wasn't disrespectful. Like, I wasn't trolling at all. I'm not really that person. But I was trying to put in the chat that action equals votes. I said our community needs to be inspired to come out to the polls. I'm like, you know, right now, I said, yes, Trump is a big motivator. But I said also, you know, we have to mobilize these millions of non-voters. It wasn't disrespectful. Like, I wasn't trolling at all. I'm not. But I was trying to put in the chat that action. So we restarted again. Okay. So yeah. So the party, you know, they have a tendency to lean on the Black vote pretty heavy. Oh, my mommy. You guys say hi to my mommy.
Hi, mommy.
Hey, mom.
So, you know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, we have the Democratic Party has a tendency to lean on the Black vote and to take it for granted. And so what I wanted, my message, not just in the Black community, it's just period. It's like, action equals votes, action equals donations. But if you want to give me just symbolic solidarity, I'm gonna give you my thoughts and prayers. because I'm just really tired of it. Like I said, I know what's at stake here. I totally know it, because if I would have been listened to, and if we would have been listened to, Dallas, Deana, Melina, if we would have been listened to, not just heard, listened to in 2016, Donald fucking Trump wouldn't be in the White House. You guys would have had your queen, Hillary Clinton. But you didn't listen. Y'all had to be ignorant. And now look what happened. But anyway, back to the caucuses. So like I said, I don't have a whole lot. I think Dallas watched more of the Black caucus, but in the women's caucus, there was a couple of points that I heard that really brought my attention with my short attention span, which was, Nancy Pelosi was speaking. And one of the things she said was, do not agonize. We do not agonize, we organize. And I was like, you know what? I feel that. I see that. I was like, no, we're not going to agonize, we organize. But how much has Congress truly organized? Because I feel like if Congress was really organizing, we could have gotten some shit done. Like, these Republicans are not as tough as you think. They're actually fairly weak if you organize the right way. So that's where I kind of wrote that down, because it was like, yeah, that's a really good saying. Do not agonize, organize. And I'm going to use that. So, I hope she didn't copyright that, because I'm going to keep using it. But at the same time, I'm using it in my way, which I think Congress can organize a hell of a lot better. I think she, as the leader, can organize Congress, and not just Congress, organize the country. Like, you have the ability as one of the most powerful women in this country. All you have to do is tell me which Republicans are causing shit, and we're about to cause some hell for them. And it looks like we're starting up with the floor of the DNC. But you know what I mean? So that's what I'm...
People. We the people.
So, hold on, I'm going to turn them down.
We the people of the United.
So we got the intro. You guys know it's going to be some cheesy unity-ass intro. Like I said, them misfits, I'm not holding back my tongue. I'm the elected one on here, and I just don't care anymore. I don't. And so, but then in the women's caucus, but in the women's caucus,
do you want
to turn it down?
Hang on, we're open.
Do you moving forward?
All right, I'm not gonna disrespect John Lewis. I'm gonna let him speak.
Well, our motto is, when they go low, we go high.
We never bow. We never bend. We never break. No, we endure, and we always, always, always move forward.
This election, we've engaged a historic number of Americans in the democratic process. And now we have to overcome the odds once again to be back better than before.
We lead not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example.
This is good.
We
They're hitting a lot of notes here.
Second to none. And we own the finish line. Don't forget it.
I saw disability.
We are Democrats, and we're ready to lead again. We're coming together on August 17th, all across America. Be there.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, it's inspirational. It's.
All right.
Somebody else say something nice. I don't know.
It's not about, sometimes you just don't say anything. That's okay. Oh, okay. Let's see what else they got.
Good evening. I'm Eva Longoria Baston, and welcome to the 2020 Democratic National Convention, Uniting America.
Black and brown
Every
vote.
4 years, we come together to reaffirm our democracy. This year, we've come to save it. It's going to take all of us. So stand together, united by the values we cherish:
Melina?
decency, respect,
I'm here, sis. I didn't want to shoot.
and the opportunity to rise up. We always hear that line about this being the most important election of our lifetimes.
Well, you guys are going to see me eat a Reese cup. Reese cup.
Melina, just give me the thumbs up when you want to come back.
We've lost more than 170,000 family members and friends to COVID. This tragedy is compounded by the loss of jobs and income. But it's not just the past few months.
I'll
the
be
past
honest,
4
y'all.
years have left
As a
us,
nurse,
as a
I would have
nation,
never saw this
diminished and
coming.
divided.
I would have never believed our healthcare system could fail
And
this way.
in the middle of the fear and sorrow and the uncertainty, people have come together. because
Winning?
they know we are better than this. America is better than this. And so we choose to act, inspired by the 3 sacred words that breathed life into our nation. We the people.
You're already back in, Melina. Sorry. The preamble.
Okay, I'm ready. Okay, let's go.
That doesn't apply to Black people. Why are we listening to it?
Yeah, remember that.
It always applies to me, and I'll tell you why.
5th grade.
It
Can I say this in Spanish?
Because my people were here.
So should I read just this
and
line?
A lot
or
of
the
our people were here. That they don't always acknowledge. Before the Mayflower, okay?
Justice.
Tranquility, tranquilidad,
Liberty.
Let's do this.
We the people.
We the people.
We the people.
Nosotros. We the people.
We the people.
We the people of the United States.
De los Estados Unidos.
Come on, Dolores.
A more perfect union.
Establish justice.
Ensure domestic tranquility.
Provide for the common defense.
Promote the general welfare.
And secure the blessings of liberty
To ourselves
and our posterity.
Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America.
We the people.
We the people.
We
the people.
We the people. We the people. We the people.
We the people of the United States.
We the people call the 48th Quadrennial Democratic National Convention to order.
All right now.
Right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Glad I mixed it up.
Someday.
I'm sorry. I'm really trying to work on my face right now. But I know that song.
All right. Lift Every Voice is going to be coming up next. Lift every voice and sing.
Till earth and heaven.
Oh, baby.
Get those notes together, sopranos.
Say it, children.
Carol's talking about y'all.
Why is she talking about us?
Somebody was home. I ain't said one of y'all.
It's a delay. We don't have Kirk Simpson as the choir director.
God, being on this. If somebody knows Kirk Franklin, please have him come on here so we can talk about the evangelical movement.
Such a bluegrass.
GP, are you with me?
Okay. I'm trying to count all the black people on the page.
I'm hot.
Why are you trying to count all the black people?
I'm sorry, it's a habit.
That's what we do.
It's a habit.
Know that.
I have a habit of counting black people. It's a habit.
You know what? I'm used to being the pepper and the salt shaker. That's what I call myself. When I'm in a crowd of white people, I'm the pepper and the salt shaker.
There we go.
That's what I say. I'm the pepper and the salt shaker. I'm from Indiana too.
I think that's from the chorus is from Connecticut, right? So it might make some sense in demographics.
All right. Well, I didn't want to.
No, we need to watch this. We really need to see this.
Shout out to Miss Delphine Pruitt, one of my aunties.
My name
I
is
love
Reverend
you.
Gabriel Salguero.
You're fantastic,
Let us
fabulous.
pray.
All the way
Almighty
live
God,
from St.
we
Louis.
confess that our
Travels
nation
around the world.
And has always.
There is a serious delay on from the Twitch to the live stream.
Republican, Independent, and Democrat.
Like there's like a 3-minute delay.
To form in your perfect
there is.
We pray for your strength.
I'm not on
guidance.
Twitch. I'm not on Twitch.
Lord, no, I know you're on the live stream, but my iPad is up on Twitch, and they're way past this dude.
To the highest standards of our entire. As we confront the winds of
somebody
a
should
global
send a
pandemic,
comment to them moving forward for the rest of the week. It needs to be so they can have syncopation.
I think a lot of this is pre-recorded.
Yeah.
Help us.
I think a lot of this is pre-recorded.
Ever mindful of among us, from our golden generation to our youngest children, desde nuestros inmigrantes to our veterans.
I remember in 2016 we were doing the opening, and people
love that they led with a Latino man. Or what did you say, Jeanna?
No, I was just saying, I remember in 2016 how we were so fired up, and like some of the progressives were so pissed off that they were about to start booing during the national anthem and shit. And I was like, y'all better stop this shit before you make us look bad.
2016, I mean, that was grounds and causes for a lot of disruption to be legit.
No, I was proud to be a disruptor. That's what we call making good trouble.
Well, you know what? I'm really glad that they just showed this some
that's the kind of leadership we need right now. That's the kind of leadership that Joe Biden and Kamala
felt
Harris
some type of way. I don't know about y'all, but
so during the next 4 nights, we will gather safely
Julian
from our
Castro
homes
was
to
not
listen, to learn, to be inspired, to act, to vote, and to build that more.
I mean, for somebody who ran and you have all these other presidential
I'm here
candidates
tonight as a ninth
might not have
Texan
one
Republican,
as a daughter of a veteran
and Republicans.
And I mean,
I share Joe Biden's belief that the story of America is one of ordinary people.
No, I'm talking about they have Republican speakers. So that's why I'm just like, you know, like why couldn't you get Julian Castro? Right. He was so nice. He talked to me in the airport in San Francisco.
Oh, okay, yes.
But that's one thing I don't. That's why I don't.
Folks around the country and ask, "How are you doing?"
But that's one of the issues I have is that okay, yeah, you can.
Scott, you are a small business owner from Swarthmore, Pennsylvania. Small businesses have hit so hard in this crisis. So many small businesses. How are you doing? How are you managing?
We'll keep an eye as things.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. So that was part of the. That was part of what I was saying about the Women's Caucus. That was kind of what I was going into right before we went into the introduction of the DNC, was that they're talking about women need to run, women need to do this. And Dallas, you are the epitome example of this. You were a woman, you ran, the support that you should have had right off the bat, they shitted on you. So it's like, because you didn't fit what they felt, you supported Bernie. And so you weren't a friend. You were a woman, you were a Black woman, you would have been the first, you would have been that girl, and you would have been an easy in. But they didn't want to support you because you supported something opposite of what they want. You didn't fall in line. So that's what I'm saying. You want a woman, you want a Black woman, you want a Latino man, you want this, you want that, but only if you fall in line. The minute we give a voice of opposition, well, so that's what I'm saying. It's like,
I there's a lot of truth to everything you just said, but I think when it's for you, it's for you. You gotta let things play out. And when I made the decision to withdraw because I saw the cards were on the table, it was hard, but at the same time, I had lost my father too. And so that, I couldn't account for as much as I thought. I could still try to push through. I don't know why I did. As close as I am with my dad, I thought I could push through. And so I think there was a number of factors kind of weighing there, but I did have a lot of good support, but it still comes down to, oh, wait a minute, we got a Black girl. Hold on. You'll come back.
Hold that thought.
We got to hear from
given the fact that I can't go out. So I started doing virtual read-alouds online. It's just been so fun getting to interact and meet new kids and encourage and promote the joy that we can find in reading and in learning. It's also super fun to see teenagers like me going on social media and talking about social issues and injustices that they care about, because sometimes you don't have that space in school. So I hope that a year from now, when we get to go back and be safe, we will still have these conversations, have a new possibility in a new world.
Yes, thank you so much, Marla. You're such an inspiration. I don't think I was doing half of what you're doing at 15, and I love seeing how brave and creative your generation is to creating change. So thank you so much for your work. Let's check in with Rick. Rick, you are a farmer from Volant, Pennsylvania. Your farm has been in your family for generations. What have the trade wars and the pandemic done to your family's life work?
Well, first of all, I'd like to offer the Trump family our condolences for his loss. Getting back to...
Sorry, I remember now. He lost his brother. I'm sorry. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Sorry. Got it.
Back to the lecture at hand. God bless you, Rick. So we're going to keep pulling people in. Y'all don't want to see all of this.
But what I was saying, what the race, I wasn't referring to your council race. I was referring to, remember you ran for community college board? And that's when
community college board. Okay. So when I ran for community college board, it was after the 2016 election. Hillary had lost, but Kamala Harris was elected to the Senate. So it was still like a weird night, but a good night. And it didn't feel right to be, let me turn this down. It didn't feel right to be right. I didn't want to be right that we weren't going to, okay? I did not want that. But Deana and I both had our predictions. Deana maybe more about gut. Mine was more about, numbers, analytics. And I don't think Hillary ever had those numbers to really carry it towards the end. And I know popular vote is fantastic, but that's not what wins the presidency. It gets down to the states and which states you can win and which delegates you can, which of those electoral folks that you can carry. And so I think after that, everyone was charged, right? You had women, thousands of women running all over the country. And I was just one of those women. And in my race, there was always politics happening, and when you run, other races are happening. And depending on how you weigh in on those races can depend on how the amount of support that you'll get. I mean, I literally had our party chair say to me that our LA County chair say to me at the time, if I didn't support him for chair of the state party, he would say any 5 things he wanted to about me, true or not, and I would never get this party's endorsement. Mm-hmm. Now, I had a very much different response for him. And by the time that conversation was over, he was thanking me and congratulating me on how I stand up for myself and my community, because we don't tolerate veiled threats. And I did go on to get the party's endorsement. However, we know support looks like when you run. And for Black women running in a district that's larger than a congressional, almost 4 times larger than a congressional district. You're talking about roughly 1.8 million voters in this community college. It's the largest district in the country. It's a very tough race. A lot of people don't win it. I didn't lose sleep after it didn't happen, but I felt proud because it was my first time running. 47% of the vote with an incumbent is very tough. But there was a Trumper in our community college board, and he needed to be targeted, and we needed to make people aware that these types of things will not be tolerated in post this election. And I think we did that really well. And now we're coming back around to it where we are looking to support a group of 4 individuals that are running, and they're all going through the Democratic Party process. But we know that doesn't always weigh in terms of progressive politics. And so because of the nature of what's happening here, it's also happening in the country. And so I just want to make sure that people know that my story isn't different from so many other women's stories, not just Black women. I've talked to off of, I can think of about 20 women around this country that have run for office and have had all of these different nightmare stories about what it means. It's the most courageous thing you could ever do, is put yourself out there for people's critique of you. And it takes a lot to do that. You know, y'all are actresses, so y'all really know, because that's courageous too. And so some days you get your yeses, some days you get your nos, and you just got to roll with it. I ran a 45-day campaign, and whether people supported me, I did have a good amount of support. I think it was just two. If I probably had a week or two, I probably could close the guy out. It was, I mean, we were 50-50 at the absentee ballot level. So it was just more getting out on the street and having more money. And he had 10 times more money, literally, than I had. 45 days, $22,000, and he had $212,000. So it was only going to be so much, right? But I do think that when you look back at it, having elected officials who are very known say to me or my team that no, I'm not going to support Dallas because she supported Bernie is, you know, it's tough. It's a tough call. But as leaders, you are going to make a decision, and often you have to be willing to stand alone, to stand up for what you think is right. Hold on. We got another sister. We got
I saw that.
Oh, she about to pray?
I think we missed her, Dallas, because it moved on to this. It goes on after someone else after this.
Oh, we got to keep our eyes out for the Black people.
Okay, well, let's not just all the Black. Well, if we see somebody good, y'all pay attention.
Well, okay, so I have it pulled up on Twitch on my. I have it pulled up on Twitch on my iPad, which is ahead.
And our allies.
So I have it pulled up on Twitch on my iPad, which is ahead. So the Twitch feed is way ahead, like by at least 3 or 4 minutes. So I'll let you know when another sister girl gets on that microphone. Yeah.
Or a fabulous ally. You want to bring them.
Fabulous allies. I love my allies. I definitely love my allies. My allies pump me up probably more than anybody else sometimes. But no, Dallas, what you were saying is absolutely right. It's being able to stand up. And that's where I personally am at, is now being able to stand up and say, even though I know I'm alone, and you may call me a socialist because I believe everybody should have health care and every baby should have food in their tummy, but I'm going to stand up on that because I know that that's the right thing. And even if I'm opposed, you know, I'm in the county committee now where there's a lot of interesting opinions in that committee, but I know, and I've already made this well known, that what I'm here for is the struggle. My loyalty is to the struggle, not to the party, not to anybody else, the struggle. My loyalty is not even to Bernie. Like, you know, Bernie's a dude. What's the point of worshiping him? My loyalty is to the struggle. So, you know, if I'm trying to make the struggle better, as long as there's there's a Buddhist saying, like, as long as space endures and human beings remain, I too will fight to dispel misery in the world. That is my motto. So there you go. Struggle.
I love it. Well, you know what? Listen, my Ungawa Black Power folks, they love to talk about all that struggle stuff. And, you know, just with my whole metaphysical teachings, it doesn't always appeal to me. You know, I'm just not signing up for that lifetime of struggle. That's the diversity of our conversation. And that's what we want to talk about. We do have people think, oh, well, we got 3 or 4 Black women. We are diamonds, honey. We are multifaceted people. We don't we don't do things. That's not our process. And I think that is what hopefully people will get to hear from us throughout this process. But yes, I have, I've sat with Dr. Alana Karenga, and, my cousin is really a revolutionary in this thing. Dr. Melina Abdullah, she is the founder of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. We'll try to get her on this week. We'll see if she'll join us. Maybe not. But she's a busy lady now. And, we don't always agree.
So proud of her.
We don't always agree in public. But I dare you.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but there's going to be another, I can't remember her name, but she's, Black woman speaker that's coming up. But I can't remember. I know her face. I can't remember her name. She's coming up in a minute. Just FYI. So since you guys are on the Black girl,
But
you know,
we've
look
got
out.
it now. We've got it on, and so when it comes, we'll see her.
Okay.
But we really, and it's not that we're just only picking out the Black women, because we, I mean, some stuff.
This is not the BLM night.
This is Bernie night.
These little videos that we're gonna watch. Well, we gotta watch, pay attention. Jeanna, yours might come up too. Jeanna did a video, and if they don't play it, shame on them. But I'll add it so everybody else can watch her video. She did a really good video for the
thank
party.
you. Yeah, I was included in one of their social media rollouts.
Okay, that's what's up. So I don't know what this guy is talking about. You guys want to hear him or?
Man, this delay is crazy.
Well, you brought up a good point, Dallas, earlier when you brought up the point when you were running, how, and I think we should think more broadly about intercepting corrupt candidates or people who have been incumbents, candidates who have been incumbents across the country for so long, incumbent as a job, not as a public servant. And so, yeah, but the point I'm making is that she saw that the person she was running up against, even though he was a Trump lover, that there's also a moral compass that we need to have to secure our community. And sometimes knowing you may not win because what's at stake, it still is important to stay in the race so that you can build the awareness, whether you drop out or go all the way to election day. And sometimes people are afraid to take that step to run because the incumbent has been in that seat and he ain't or she ain't going nowhere. And this is a period in time where I think people can be moved like chess. People can be moved across the board nowadays. And I think we should empower people to run on that vein.
Wait, why do we got a 2020 hashtag in here? Lord help us.
Pull this and see what
Let's see this video.
What happened?
Oh, that's Muriel Bowser, mayor of DC.
And men flooded the
Thank
streets.
you. I could not think of her name to save my life.
Just weeks ago, Americans donned face masks and safely and peacefully protested the death of George Floyd. But while we were peacefully protesting, Donald Trump was plotting. He stood in front of one of our most treasured houses of worship and held a Bible for a photo op. He sent troops in camouflage into our streets. He sent into the air and federal helicopters too. I knew if he did this to DC, he would do it to your city or your town. And that's when I said enough. I said enough for every Black and brown American who experienced injustice. Enough for every American who believes injustice. But I said enough for another reason too. I have a 2-year-old daughter. And I want her to grow up in America where she's not scared to walk to the store, in America where she's safe behind the doors of her own home, in America where the president doesn't fan the flames of racism and looks out for all of us. So I created Black Lives Matter Plaza right behind me as a place where we could come together to say enough. By coming together to elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we will say next. Because we can't just paint those words by me. We can't just say those words. We have to live those words. We have to undo the laws and systems that have codified racism for far too long. But we have to do something too. One of us challenge our own biases. If we see something, do something. Together we can turn this reckoning into a reimagining of a nation. We the people, mean all. There were a few people very balcony as thousands of people peacefully protested in this city. One was our next vice president, my sister Kamala Harris. The others were members of George Floyd's family, who I'm honored to introduce now.
Rest in peace, George.
Yes.
I mean,
My brother
this
George
man
was
became,
selfless.
he set the fire. I mean, it shouldn't have taken this many.
And he given spirit, a spirit that has shown up on streets around our nation and around the world. People of all ages, all backgrounds, peacefully protesting in the name of love and unity. It's a legacy for our brother, but George should be alive today. Breonna Taylor should be alive today. Ahmaud Arbery should be alive today. Going to be alive today. Stephon Clark, Tatiana Jefferson, Sandra Bland. They should all be alive today. So it's up to us to carry on the fight for justice. Our actions will be their legacies. We must always find out what John Lewis called good trouble. For the names we do not know, the faces we'll never see, those who can't mourn because their murders didn't go viral. Please join me in a moment of silence to honor George and the many other souls we lost to injustice. And when this moment ends, sure never stop saying names.
Amen.
Amen.
For life more sweet. Instead, I the story repeating. Why do I feel skin dogs?
I told y'all we have live entertainment.
Careful what you ask for, girl. You might just get it.
Hold on from the darker day.
Is that Masego?
Did the word of the king disappear? Like a butterfly. Somebody sent you a felony. Cause you stole from me.
Huh?
My chance to be.
Okay.
Hoping for a life more sweeter.
He has a strong presence.
He is so amazing.
I gotta say, this is different for the DNC.
This is different for the DNC.
We get a high fiver right here.
Skin dog is not.
That's because it's for the culture, y'all.
Yeah,
it's making us feel connected. You know what I'm saying?
It's better than Bill Clinton with that sax on our
tears of my mother.
I'm just saying.
My sisters and my brothers sang over me.
I'm trying to see how I can get the logo from Stop.
Let me get the no. Hold on. Get it out of there.
All up in my face.
I'm just a story repeated.
Put it on me.
Whoever shot that did a good job.
Leon Bridges is so dope. Y'all that you're not familiar with him, check him out. So good. Really good music. He reminds me of like this throwback. You know that?
Y'all remember Donnie?
Yeah.
And I wish I had another day.
I like this song.
But it's just,
you know,
hoping for a life
I think Muriel talked to things that was interesting. And
thank you, Leon Bridges, whose song "Sweeter" featured
Leon
Paris
Bridges,
Martin, the song written after George Floyd's murder. You know, we have to ask ourselves, how do we, the people, take the protest and turn them into progress? How do we take the changes we're seeing in the hearts and minds of people and translate it into real and lasting change in people's lives?
We told
need
your
to
asses,
address
but
the
you don't want
economic
to listen.
inequalities that this.
It's okay. I'm gonna shut up. I'm sorry. I'm not being politically correct.
Led people of color with higher rates than white people,
That's
and
not
make
the
it
show.
easier for Americans to vote. We have to do, and to do this, we need community action. We need Congress that can have power to do it, and a president who understands that this is the moment.
Important.
The moment has come for our nation to deal with systemic racism, to deal with economic inequity that exists in our nation, to deal with the denial of the promise of this nation. Said from the outset of this election, the battle for the soul of this nation. We are in the battle. What we believe, who we want to be, it's truer today than it's been, at least in my lifetime. Urgency. In this urgency, you can find a path forward.
Hey, everybody. How are you? Thanks for doing this. Thank you. Jamira, tell the rest of the folks about your background.
I started doing activism when I was 15. It was at the intersection of knowing both a victim. My brother was shot and killed in Philadelphia. And it made me realize that I had a responsibility, almost a collective responsibility, to ensure that that didn't happen to other young people. And I think that's what's missing in America right now, is the responsibility to each other and to realize that the person down the street or around or even across, we have a responsibility to ensure that we're making sure that they're safe, they have access to education, and all we're creating a world in which they're celebrated as well as protected under the law.
I guess I just got seen on MSNBC, and my phone is blowing up. They said they just saw me on MSNBC, and I'm like, I don't watch that.
Really, it's about
they played the video?
because if people are lifted out of poverty and they are given an opportunity to feel a stable future, that goes along.
Yeah.
We're also challenging, all kinds of institutions, from corporations to community-based organizations, to think about what they can do better to end systemic racism and make sure that
now
we're
I got to go on
uplifting
MSNBC and see
equality.
what people saw.
Let us know.
People that traditionally don't have a seat at the table.
The president's talking about defunding the post office and mail-in voting. I mean, what do you think we should be doing, Mr. President?
Well, first of all, we have to change public discourse
Did he say
around
Mr. President?
voting. It should be a democratic thing to
Joe.
patriotic thing.
You better
Not a partisan.
President.
And we
But
have to open up access.
hold on, look, let me be
so
clear.
we could address some of the systemic problems. Not only do
Joe's
we
not our first or our
voting
last
rights
choice,
act,
but here
we have
we
to go
are,
further.
and we're going to make
Most
it happen.
importantly, voting should be seen as a constitutional right that's guaranteed. With
Should I
that
submit
level
my application?
of
I'll be
sight
his personal
that
nurse,
all
man.
citizens
Like,
can
just,
be assured that they can have unfettered access.
that's what we got to do.
This is a watershed moment, and we can't lose this moment. We have got to have
Girl, they gonna take one
action at the
look at
national.
your
We've got to have congressional
Facebook.
action. We cannot have 18,000 police departments, and in 2020 have police departments still allowing the use of a knee on a man's neck in George Floyd. A lot of us were shocked, and I think what gives me hope is that police officers were shocked. Police officers have spoken out, and we're hopeful that we'll have some national standards as it relates to policing, use of force, a national database, abolishment of prohibition on a national standard in terms of choke, that we actually use the death of George Floyd and others to actually.
Oh my God, I must have been really seen on MSNBC. I went from no messages to like,
all the good cops are out there. But thankfully, there are more of them than there are bad cops.
Most cops are good, but the fact is the bad ones have to be identified and prosecuted and out, period. Gwen, how are you doing?
Oh, well, I'm doing pretty well as can be expected.
You know, I'm sure that the words of George Floyd, "I can't breathe," were not new to you and they echo in your mind every single day. 6 years ago when your son died. But we can't let this keep happening. What do you think the next thing we have to do, Gwen?
Well, first of all, I know when my son was murdered, there was a big uprising, but then it settled down. We can't let things settle down. We have to go to the politicians and we have to hold their feet to the fire because otherwise the big uprising is not going to mean a lot. So I'm just asking that if you become the president, that you make sure that we get national law as well as state and local law, especially when it comes to police brutality, because that has been age-old problem.
Well, I may be kidding myself, but I think the people are ready. I think people are ready. We just got to keep pushing. We can't let up. But thank you for what you're doing. I really appreciate it. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Racism structurally, individually, and systematically is real.
Black, brown, no matter what you look like, you should
Jeanna,
not
if you
ever
paid
be
attention, you
fearful
said yourself.
of your life to the color of your skin.
What I want to see the president of the United States
That's the
was
same one they
fair,
put on Instagram.
he's equal justice under the law. I want him to lead us through this revolution experience right now.
Joe Biden is a healer and he's a unifier. He will fight for the Black Lives Matter movement.
Undo, remove, tear down the remnants of structural and systematic racism in this country.
Shout out
The
to
systemic
my boy
injustices that exist, things that our nation has overlooked that need to be addressed.
We need to stand on our platform and introduce legislation that makes this platform felt from coast to coast.
And I know that Joe Biden is to restore the values that we hold so near and dear to our hearts.
I have a 10-year-old son.
William Moses
I want to make sure that there is a world that's left better
I got him
for him.
on and then, shout out to my boy Paul Ruffin. Chicago is in the building representing, as well as the illustrious.
I'm Congressman Jim Clark.
back?
Oh, what happened?
Wait, I think we lost the stream.
Would you
Dallas.
please, like,
Dallas,
What
well, I was
was
going to say, since your internet is a little, if you're having connectivity, can I stream the live stream through mine? I think I can share my screen so that it doesn't utilize your bandwidth too heavily.
what happened?
It's all coming together. Ironing out the kinks.
At least we know the food is real.
Right.
Where's Gina?
I be talking to these gnats up in here, quarantining. I mean, that's my company. I'll be like, get something where.
Thank you for allowing me to be a part of your lives and sharing the journeys for the past decade.
Where is
We've got
Gina?
about 500 kids
I don't
and
know.
family members and men all packed
Hold on,
into this
let me-
very large ballroom. And all of a sudden, the back door opens. Joe Biden. I had almost an out-of-body experience because he surprised
Wait,
us all.
Gina, you
know,
might
I
have
like
to
think
just
I'm
come back in.
decent at reading people from my time in the Marine Corps, my time as an intel officer, my time as a drill instructor, my time studying psychology. He was being real. I mean, you can't fake kind of a smile. He was genuinely happy to see these kids and spend time with them. It's easy to lose faith in humanity, especially today. There's a lot of nation, leaves a lot of room for a lot of hope. It's hard to articulate real character when you see it.
Come back in.
You know, policies are great, and we need sound policies
It
as
wasn't
well,
letting
which
me.
that's
Okay,
he
there you
also
go.
has those because he's got the chops, right?
Okay, there you go.
But it's almost like none
Dallas,
of that matters
so what
if
I
you
was
don't
going
have
to say
the
is
character.
I
This
can
is
share my
a
screen
very
with the
unprecedented and
YouTube
challenging
so that
time. It requires an unprecedented and courageous leader. We need someone with the courage to do what's
Gina,
necessary
will
and what's
you-
right to strive towards that more perfect union. That's Joe Biden. I know Joe
Message Gina.
because he cares about everybody else before himself.
Can you hear us?
To log back off and come back in.
You know what else Joe knows? Joe
But something
knows
is
about
saying-
pandemics.
I can see
In
everybody
2014, helped
saying her
stop the
internet
spread of
isn't.
Ebola and brought the world together
Is
to keep it
Gina's
contained.
internet?
Have green. She
Success,
has,
knowing
hers
this
is
would
yellow,
happen
so I
again,
think
Vice
it's-
President Biden and President Obama assembled a pandemic playbook to make sure that America was prepared and protected. The Trump administration disbanded the pandemic response team
There
that was
she
given
is.
to
Hold
them.
on.
Okay.
Americans have died
All right.
and lost
There you
their
are.
livelihoods because of
Yeah,
it.
my connection
The
did
people
dip. My connection
deserve a
dropped a
president
lot
who believes
for
in
some reason. I don't know what's
science,
going
that
on.
recognizes the threat
Yeah,
of
it
COVID,
went.
who
It
has
was
a plan
fine.
to
It
get
was.
us
It's
through it.
fine now, but it
And
was
that
like it went to
is Joe
yellow,
Biden.
Yeah,
and then
that was
it
weird.
went
We're
to green.
grateful that across the country there are responsible
Okay.
leaders who are stepping up. One of them provided clear direction and memorable PowerPoints, New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Let's take some of this stuff.
Hello. Today's Monday, day 170. New Yorkers were ground zero for the COVID virus.
Y'all want to
and
hear
have
from
gone from one of the
Cuomo?
highest
I got a
infection rate in the
Cuomo
globe to
story.
one of the
Cuomo
lowest.
screwed my family.
We
Y'all
climbed
want
the
to hear
impossible
about that?
mountain.
I
about
don't
your
want to
Right
hear
now, we
about
are on the other
Cuomo.
side.
Let's hear
We
the
did it with the
back
kindness
story.
and
Let's
assistance
hear it.
of so many. New Yorkers want to
Cuomo. I
thank
know his
everyone
brother
who
is
came to
fine, and
our
all the
aid.
women are just
30,000
demystified by
Americans
Chris.
who
But he's
volunteered to
married,
come
so
here
let's
to
just
help
tell
in
the
our
truth
hour
about
of need.
this.
Let's turn
Your
him
love
down.
Yeah, can you
gave us
turn
the
him down?
strength to carry on.
Yeah, we're gonna turn it.
We went through hell.
Mute
We have
him.
learned much. We know that our problems go beyond the COVID virus. COVID is the symptom, not the illness. Our nation is in crisis. And in many ways, COVID is
And
just a
in many
metaphor.
ways,
A virus attacks when the body is
you
weak.
could have done a
and when it
number
cannot.
of things, buddy, before you started taking action. But I think everybody really likes Chris Cuomo. But I'm getting ready to tell you why I don't.
All right.
So, give you a little history. I got to get this thing off of me first.
Get
But to
that
give
mo-
you a little history, the Fowlers, it came right back on too. Okay, so the Fowlers are the oldest family in the Montauk Nation of Indigenous Americans who were here before the Mayflower. And in 1910 in New York, I'm trying to get this little misfits off of my face. But in 1910 in New York, a judge was their land.
Yeah, put it down in my corner. It won't cut off my face. You put it in my corner.
Where Melina is in the lower left.
Yeah, because it's all kind of space over here.
It's just, I want it off. There we go. So Governor Cuomo. So, okay, we talked about the Fowler family.
And we're back.
We back.
All right.
I was putting them chips up.
I'm like,
that ain't nothing but
we gonna get a
the
back end person. We gonna get a back end person.
Where you left off though, Dallas, was
okay. We're not on camera. We're going to continue going. So I'll just say this: the Fowlers, the Hamptons, what is now the modern day Hamptons of New York. There is a Fowler Street there because that was their land. They were the oldest families. Somebody is in here messing with us, and I'm getting ready to have to reset this because I'm seeing things happening here. But that's okay. That's not going to change what we're doing.
Oh, someone's trying to hack us.
They were ruled by a New York judge in 19 with 60 members of the tribe that they were extinct and their lands were taken from them. Now, they went through all this process in 2016 to have a bill passed. Both houses of the new Assembly and Senate, or state rep and Senate, and Governor Cuomo vetoed that bill. Okay? So when we talk about what reparations look like, I know there is a huge conversation around why AOC interjects indigenous peoples. And that is because if you go back into history, there are a number of states that took people who were indigenous and their census rolls or birth rolls, changed them over from American or Native American to, or whatever you were, Algonquian, Appalachian, whatever you were, to colored. Okay? So we went to colored. This whole roll, state of Virginia, state of Georgia, all these different states. So people understand when AOC starts talking about indigenous peoples, and when we're talking about I know some of the ADOS people get really hanky about that, but the reality is no of color is wholly one nationality.
Right.
No one. So hold on, I'm bring her back. We'll bring her back on the side in a second. So, because this is really important, I think, for people to get. You had 100 million people here when the Spanish first arrived. Spanish were the first colonizers of the Americas. Okay, the Spanish language that people were speaking around this continent, around this country, it's due to colonization. It's not because this was my native language in Mexico. Spanish is not the indigenous language of Mexico. Okay, so let's get into that. But when we talk about Black indigenous, or what those people look like here, and what the earliest dictionary said what the Americans look like. They were swarthy. They were Black. We're from California. California is a state named after a Black queen. It means land of Black women. Khalifa. And if you ever visit our state capital here, right outside our wonderful governor's office, Gavin, he walks past a black queen every day before he goes into his office. Unless he has a back door, I don't know. But okay, and so when we talk about what reparations actually look like, and we get into DNA, and there'll be a number of people who, on some side, you'll be able to track them to an ancestor who was enslaved, right? But then there will be a number of us who will find some surprises that we can't find that slave ancestor because they never were enslaved. They were here living for many, 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 many years, hundreds of years, if not thousands, prior to this. And so when we get into what reparations look like, we have to understand that it's no black person in America, I don't care if you're born here or not, is pure 100% African. Okay? No one is. So when we get into European blood, everybody's got a little European. One, I found out I'm Scandinavian, like Deana, we're Scandinavian. You didn't know. But we're also African, but we're also Indigenous Americans. And all of that is melded in. And so there are a lot of little lines there that get, did we lose Jeanna?
We lost Dee.
Hold on, bring you back.
Again.
I'm bringing Jeanna back. So,
we definitely can't transfer the signal to her house.
Yeah, we can't. To my house, maybe, because mine has been pretty good.
Okay, so we don't have these little... Right. Okay. Okay, hold on. Still trying. And I don't know why this is doing this to me. Don't do
bringing
this
up a
to me.
content
But
about reparations.
this conversation going.
What happened to your family?
When we talk about me, everybody was...
You're delayed a little bit.
They were denied that, and they told them that they had to. Oh, okay. So they were denied. Come on, Jeanna, come on in here. There she is. It says that Jeanna's in. Do you see her?
Not yet. She's coming. It's a delay.
I think she's coming in. Wait.
Yeah.
It's a delay. It's tight. So when we talk about it, it's a little more intricate than people understand. And there's probably going to be about 10% of people who identify as Black who wouldn't necessarily meet the qualifications that the AD prescribes for receiving reparations. Mm-hmm. So it's going to get a little heavy. That's going to get interesting. But I think, I don't know how we got into this, but what happened with my family is over years. Cuomo vetoed that bill, and now he said that they have to take it up with the federal government. But it was a New York State judge who is the one who did the damage. So it could have been either put on a bill passing should have been able to satisfy that, but maybe possibly it had to be a ballot measure, but that would be unconstitutional because no minority group of people, a ballot measure that impacts them, they could never have enough votes to be able to succumb that. Okay, we lost Jeanna a little bit. She'll come back in with us. So yeah, I mean, I think what happened was wrong, and that's why I'm not a fan of Cuomo right now. He's made a lot of other decisions. I really like his brother, but I think we have to get to the reality of this. The Hamptons are now, the homes on Fowler Street are now $15 to $40 million. So you took major real estate, and these were not teepees on that land in 1920. These were not teepees. These were houses on the water that they did this to. And they said, oh, you couldn't be Indian because you all are too dark. Now, Melina, you're from the Delaware area, and when I look at the Lenape and when I look at some of those other tribes in that region, you know, you have a lot of those features.
Yeah, my grandma was Native American. Sorry, you guys. That was unconscious.
One or two.
That's my grandma. She's Native American, Cherokee.
Do you know what her
Cherokee, and I'm actually working on finding out, you know, the depth of our history, our family history, because to your point, certain things weren't found before she passed, and she has her birthday coming up in a couple of days. But it's interesting that you're bringing up that point, or this point, because reparations is so intricate, and your family story is so rich, and it can help a lot of people understand what, you know, ADOS really is, American, you know, descendants of slaves. So it really is, it matters. Identity matters where we're coming from, you know, and what we're asking for is not much at all, you know, compared to what was taken from us.
Yes.
Sorry, Deana's here. Sorry, I didn't.
Now you right?
Yeah. So I think it's a lot more intricate than people think. And when we talked about this, I talked about this with a couple of ADOSLA folks, and they were, you know, well, then maybe only about 10% of Black people. Still, you've lived in this country your whole life. You've had 3 or 4 generations of your family that you can go back and identify as Black, but because they were not slaves, did they not have the same experience as Black folks in America? I think they experienced the same injustice that many of our families did. And so 10%, 40 million Black people in this country. So 10%, even if half of that's immigrants and the other half is actual legitimate long-term Black Americans, you're talking about 5 million people. No, you're doing reparations and you're going to say, we're going to leave 5 million Black. That don't work. So we'll get into that. I mean, that's not the goal is to get into that tonight, but Cuomo always strikes in every a place in my heart to always address how you do the Fowlers and the Montauk Nation. Okay.
Right. Because, you know, one thing, that whole reparations issue, one thing we also have to One thing we have to also consider is that Black people in this country need reparations, not just for slavery, but for Jim Crow, for the Black codes, for segregation, like for so many things that happened after slavery.
Right.
You know, the GI Bill that a lot of Black soldiers were not able to participate in, that was just Vietnam.
Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago.
Civil War. My mother's, our great-great-grandfather he's in the African American Civil War Memorial. He was in the Freedmen's Bank. They robbed him. Just like they turned the Freedmen's Bank over to a white man. The white man robbed all those people, all those veterans who fought for the liberty of this nation in totality. So that's what we do. And so add on to that, the crack epidemic, heroin, and everything else. And now this COVID, because we are twice as impacted. Yes, absolutely.
Exactly. And you brought up when I think about housing, the home ownership, the redlining, this election year, I was looking up something, Dallas and Deana, y'all both made me think of Dr. John Henrik Clarke, because when he talks about the indigenous people here in America, there's a book he mentioned, and that's what I was looking up, y'all, but I can't find it out. I'll look for it later. But the point is, this book, as Dr. John Henrik Clarke quotes, goes to show you how Africans were even here in the Americas with the indigenous cultures. That's why our complexions were so melanated, even still, you know. And to find the identity on the census is one thing, but to claim identity through the census is one thing. To claim reparations because of how the census is reported is a whole nother thing. And if you look at, because it's the census year and our districts will be redlining, I think this is just another cycle to pay attention to as to what happened in our past is about to happen all over again. Because with COVID and this whole pandemic, what I'm seeing, what I'm feeling, and even my family experience, we'll talk about that later on another episode. But this pandemic is causing generational wealth in home ownership to be gutted, lost, snatched away because of big banks. You know, and we can't pay because nobody's working. You can't keep up your mortgage, your bank loan, you're going into default. And so there's so many underlying issues and sub-issues that are attached to how important this election cycle is and these issues are for our claims.
So going off of that, I was watching Trevor Noah this morning, which was a rerun, but he had Isabel Wilkerson on there, who is so she has a new book. It's called Caste, the Origins of Our Discontents. And she was talking about it, and she's basically talking about how the caste system is underneath racism. So if we solve the racism problem by saying, okay, everyone's equal, we're still going to face another problem, which is this caste system, which we know exists because it's not just class, it's caste. Class, you know, you can change your look, you can change the way you act and somehow get into a different class structure, but you can't change your caste. And so I actually just put this on my wish list to download so that I can start reading it because it is an interesting topic. I always felt it. I said America has a caste system very similar to India, and racism is part of it, but it is not the whole thing. And I feel like now it's an all-out assault. And since we're kind of like talking about we're just popping up topics, let's talk about how much our mental health is going to be affected. We already have a lot of issues with mental health, but now after COVID and the struggle of this, and then the children are going to have some really bad mental health issues too. We have to go to war with our political structure and hold everybody accountable, friends, foes, progressives, whomever, because to me, everybody who is elected right now has a little bit of responsibility in this. Now, granted, like I said, I'm not blaming, like some people you get stuck, but at the same time, like if you've been in this game for decades and we're where we are now as a Black community, I'm looking at you, Black Caucus. What y'all been doing? And you can't, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just keeping it 100% real. Like, I'm looking at you, Black Caucus, like, you know, before COVID, like our generational wealth didn't exist before COVID. Now it's probably in the super negative.
Gretchen, sorry, we got to bring in Gretchen.
Oh,
let's bring her in. Bring them out, bring them out.
Hold on, I'm turning her up.
Her
energy. She got a leather jacket on?
We're looking at Saturday Night Live.
It does look like Saturday Night Live.
What y'all think she's saying if it was on Saturday Night Live? Until we get the sound.
Oh my goodness.
You know what? Right here, she looks like Millie from Scandal.
Saved these auto workers' livelihoods.
She does.
Then these workers did their part to save American lives. That's the story of this great nation.
Right now. That's what
so I heard she's talking about
progress gets progress. And when we work together, we can accomplish anything.
Joe saved
After all, democracy is a team sport.
That's true.
Especially now.
Democracy
it's crucial
is a team
that we
sport.
rally together to fight this virus and build our economy back up. From the jump, we took this pandemic seriously in Michigan. We listened to medical experts. We planned. And with a lot of work from the auto workers and too little help from the White House, we executed our plan. We saved thousands of lives. Just imagine if we had a national strategy. So everyone who needs a test gets one for free. So everyone has access to a safe vaccine. so our kids and educators have the resources they need to safely get back to school. With Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the White House, we will. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will lead by example. It'll be science, not politics or ego, that will drive their decisions. They know the health of our people goes hand in hand with the strength of our economy. They know action begets action. Over the past few months, we've learned what's essential, rising to the challenge, not denying it. We've learned who is essential too, not just the wealthiest among us, not a president who fights his fellow Americans rather than fight the virus that's killing us and our economy. It's the people who put their own health at risk to care for the rest of us. They are the MVPs. The nurses
many
and
of us
doctors,
were frontline
utility
workers,
truck drivers, and grocery clerks, the child care workers, the parents, the teachers, the mail carriers, and the auto workers.
And the mail
So many of
carriers.
these essential workers
And the
lost
auto
their lives
workers.
from COVID. Nearly 1,000 healthcare workers, more than 170,000 people across
I am
America,
the daughter, the
including
granddaughter,
a 5-year-old
the
girl named
niece, the
Skylar from
three-time
Detroit,
niece,
whose mom is
auto
a
worker
police officer and
on
dad
both
is a
sides.
firefighter.
A
Generation after generation, our nation has been
UAW to my
defined by
heart.
what we do or what we fail to do. So, for Skylar, for her parents, and in the memory of all those we've lost, let us act. Let us heal as one nation. Let us find strength to do the work.
We gonna need it.
Sad that it has to be like pre-recorded like that.
Yeah, girl.
I've been down this road.
Experiment ever in the United
Remember
States.
every tree, every single blade of grass holds a special place for me. And I remember
Oh
every
shoot,
town,
we lost Jeanna.
Yeah, you lost Jeanna.
every hotel room,
It's gotta be her internet.
every song I ever sang
Yeah.
on a guitar
I'm
out of tin.
just sitting here.
And I remember every night your ocean.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's my internet because when I get kicked off, like it's perfectly fine showing 5 bars and I have something streaming on my iPad.
Okay, you're getting 5 bars now. I mean, I didn't know you were kicked until I just happened to look down and see you there.
We, the people, means
Reese
all
Green
the
is hating
people,
on me. That's
even
what it
those
is.
with whom we might not agree, even those we might not expect to see at a Democratic convention.
There's a lot more.
Joe Biden is a
Reese
guy
Green
who has
hating on.
earned the respect he commands across the world and across the aisle. The stakes in this election call for that kind of leadership.
What's she talking about?
We have to think about more than one party. We have to think about the very core of our democracy. And that's why you're about to hear from some unexpected voices.
I'm Governor Christine Todd Whitman. What am I doing here? I'm a lifelong Republican. My parents were introduced at a Republican National Convention by their parents. That's how far back it goes.
Shut up. I don't care.
But this isn't about a Republican or Democrat. It's about a person.
Well,
A person
you know what?
decent enough, stable enough, strong enough, get our
This one
economy back on
requires
track.
an
A person who can work with everyone, Democrat and Republicans, to get things done. Donald Trump, that person. Joe Biden is.
I'm Meg Whitman. I'm a longtime Republican and a longtime CEO. And let me tell you, Donald Trump has no clue how to run a business, let alone an economy.
Y'all remember she ran
Joe
for governor?
Biden, on the other hand, has a plan in our economy for working people and small business owners. For me, the choice is simple. I'm with Joe.
Hi, I'm Susan Molinari. I'm a former Republican member of Congress from New York, and I've known Donald Trump for most of my political career. So disappointing and lately so disturbing. Now, I've also got to know Joe Biden on issues related to women that are so important to all of us. Women in business, violence against women, That's why I'm so proud to call him my friend and honored to join in supporting his candidacy for president. He's a really good man, and he's exactly what this nation needs at this time. Now I'm delighted to introduce a former colleague of mine, the former congressman from Ohio, the former governor of Ohio, John Kasich.
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
So they're
America is
rolling
at a
into the
crossroads. Sometimes elections
version.
represent a real choice, a choice we make as individuals and as a
Canada and
nation
the Republican
about
vote.
which.
Well, there's going to be some Republicans that are on the fence.
They are on the fence because.
Okay, so we've got some questions, folks. I see. Shout out to Deidre Greenaway. She has a question in here for you all. She says, so I'm watching the convention kickoff, and one of the panel members stated that Kamala needs to become a character witness for Biden. What are your thoughts?
That's good.
That's good. But you know what? I think he was already a character witness during the debates when she called him out on his past. Rightly so. And, people, always want to say, well, if she said that during the debates, how can she now stand up and be his vice president? It's because what she said then wasn't wrong, and what she's trying to change now isn't wrong.
Even if it's her own mindset, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to her past behaviors in the jobs and roles that she served in, which is, which has our country divided instead of becoming polarized even faster. So not to get away from the question that was asked of us, but I think that it does work both ways, because if she's calling out, if she could be a character witness for Joe, then I would say I would charge and ask Senator Harris to make sure she had a conversation with the American people about our concerns too, to build her character and trust.
That part, all that part. So that's what I'm saying. Kamala,
I'll let you go, Tina. Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm saying go ahead.
I think you guys know I'm pretty, but I, for the sake of the conversation, will say that she can't just be a Joe on the Joe train, because we don't want her to be that. Right. We want her to check him, like his history. Like I just explained this to my mom yesterday. Joe doesn't have a lot to make up for his history. I can't just go back 5 years ago and be like, yeah, I saw Joe. Joe was marching with Black Lives Matter with Trayvon. No, I can't go back on that on Joe. Joe was Obama's vice president, but so you guys know the way vice presidents are chosen. They're not just chosen because, oh, you know what, Joe, you my homeboy. Yeah, you're going to be my VP. No, they're chosen because it's like, okay, I have a first Black man president, and I need to reach these fucking white voters. So let me get this dude over here to put with this man and put this together so that we can get all these votes. But nonetheless, going back to it, but like I said, what I hope Kamala will do is check Joe when he needs to be checked, guide him when he needs to be guided, and push him maybe a little bit more to the left. Actually, I would love to have that conversation. So I would like her to be his check and balance more than just his character witness.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for all those responses. I think Miss Deidre is satisfied. I see that part from her.
Thank you for your way.
And I should have pulled her question too. I'll put there so folks can see it. I think what was this statement, I don't know who made the statement, but I think it was really clear in the debate, the Democratic debates, what Kamala said. She didn't lie. Okay, she brought up some very facts that were very disturbing to many African American voters, woke voters, I'll say, and everybody just doesn't pay attention, isn't engaged at this level, and that's the reality of voter education and engagement. That is really necessity. But should Kamala be a character witness for Joe Biden? I don't think that worked well. Stacey Abrams. If you all recall, Stacey got up there with the allegations that were thrilling Joe Biden, and said, I believe Joe Biden. And I think for a lot of women who have experienced sexual harassment or sex assault, but particularly assault and harassment in the workplace, I think that read, Deana, to me, it really as a step backwards almost, right? Like, how do you, we're going around trying to get people to believe women more.
Mm-hmm.
And Deana, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. We're going around trying to do, oh, okay. I thought we had lost you for a second. Okay.
Listening intently.
I think doing that, oh, okay. Something happened. Okay.
Yeah, one of our audience members, Christopher Gill, just made a valid point. He said Obama is his character witness.
Boom. Boom.
Obama has been his witness from day one. Boom. That is facts, Chris Gill. Thank you for that.
Yes.
And we agree. But I think the biggest thing about this is that the reason what Jeanna was saying was so much truth is when Obama got elected, he ran very progressive. He ran a progressive campaign, believe it or not. For 2008, it was to the Hillary Clinton. And so once he got there, the biggest concern, of course, about the electorate at large is, are you going to be too far left? And so he said, well, let me go out because I am this man. Let me go out and get this moderate Democrat. He had been in the party, and he will help get me moderate votes and pull it together. That's the teamwork that made the dream work. Okay. Now what happened after that is that we didn't go back and do the external agitation that is often needed for the people to push for what we want, right? So we just kind of got really, I'm going to tell you who it was. Reverend Al Sharpton. Let's see, Brother Ben Jealous, Mark Morial, who took their meeting with Barack Obama, probably first or second month he was in office, and it was a cold day, and they came out. I gotta try to find that press conference because they came out and they said, we have a black president, we don't have a black agenda. And that's when I said, oh, hell no, we've been working on a black agenda 4 or 5 years. Covenant with Black America, which was the book that was authored by the West, Tavis Smiley. And then suddenly it was like the bad guys because they want to bring up a few unsavory characters in your administration, like Larry Summers, who people don't know, but Mr. Larry Summers was the financial advisor to a number of presidents, but he was also a professor at and a lot of women, minority, black folks on campus with a lot of antics, and very good friends with Jeff Epstein. Now if you don't know who Jeff Epstein is by now, you better get you some flicks and watch that documentary. But this gentleman, Summers, Barack, not only did, after they really said, hey, this guy's bad news, you really shouldn't have him in your cabinet, he doubled down on it and tried to appoint him, and he wanted to appoint him as Secretary of the or the Fed Treasury, Secretary of Treasury, or was it Janet Yellen's position, the Federal Reserve? One of those high-ranking finance positions that it was like, oh, hell no, to the point where Elizabeth Warren, all these senators gathered, wrangled together to say no to Barack. That's how bad this guy was. And like to get in line, the team players. But that says that's how bad this guy is. So I think we're past the time. I think we're past the time where we don't pay attention to this stuff anymore. I think we will never let another presidency go by without president being held accountable by black people, no matter what. And the fact of the matter is we have to own a lot about our administration. I'm sorry?
Jeanna, you said something?
No.
Oh.
Well, what I was going to say is that you're absolutely right, Dallas. And, right now, the situation at hand is so messed up because I want to scream accountability and I want to scream, how much my vote is. I'm not just doing a vote on symbolism. I keep saying this, my symbolic votes died with Obama. I'm not just voting on your identity, I'm voting on your issues. But at this exact point in time, and this is where I split with my progressive brethren and brothers and sisters, is that I know that, like I keep saying it, if we fuck around and let Trump get reelected, this fool will fucking go to the bottom of the Gulf Ocean or Gulf of Mexico, get the Clotilda and put my ass back on it. So I can't afford to have that happen. So while, you
and these Clotilda fantasies.
I was just reading about the Clotilda. That's why, because I was reading an article about Africa Town in Alabama and the Clotilda and how it was burnt down and sunk, and they went and found. At least I know how many of y'all even know what the Clotilda is. Not talking about you ladies, but I'm like, viewers, do you know what the Clotilda is? Because if you don't know what the Clotilda is, I need you to go look up the Clotilda, okay? And then you will see what I'm talking about. But it's just a very, huh? Wait, we lost Melina.
Minerva. She's here. Minerva Williams has given us a link to what to make of the NAACP Urban League Obama meeting. I can't wait to read that article, Minerva. Thank you for sharing it in the chat. Anybody else can come in the chat and check it out. It's on the Facebook
That's the article from that meeting, because I was just looking it up as you guys were talking. That's the article, I think, from the Al Sharpton meeting. That happened in 2014 or something like that. So that's what she posted.
No, it had to be 2009.
Or yeah, it was 2000 something. But yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Right now, we're in a very unique position because I definitely want to rage against the machine, and I'm very not happy with the way this democratically undemocratic.
Hold on, Gina. Hold on, Gina. We got Amy, we got Clobo. We got to pull in. We got to hear what she's saying. Come on, Amy.
I'm about to eat some popcorn.
Eat some popcorn. Hold on.
I'm about to eat some popcorn.
Come on.
Tonight, my friends, in contrast, we've heard a lot about how we can win as Americans, about our shared values, our shared dreams, how we've come together in the face of crisis. But I want to be clear. Unity isn't about settling. It's about striving for something more. It isn't the end, it's the means. It's how we get stuff done. Unity is about moving up toward a higher purpose, a better future for all of us. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. It is more than a motto. It is the North Star for our democracy. Now more than ever, we need a president who will unite this country. We need a president who, in George Floyd's memory, instead of using the Bible as a prop, will heed its words to act justly. We need a president for the workers who've lost their jobs because this administration is selling American workers when we need to buy American. For the farmers and manufacturers and the people of rural America who are tired of reaping what he's sown. We need a president who will look out for the seniors like my dad, whose families now visit them through glass windows, never knowing if it will be the last time they see them. We need a president for all of America. I come from the middle of this country where we believe in people joining together to solve problems.
Is she
we
talking
seek
about
common
mass
ground
incarceration,
to
y'all?
reach higher ground. That's been Joe Biden's life's work.
She was talking about
He's
seniors
a
and nursing
scrappy,
homes.
working class roots, a man whose own hardships have only made him more determined to lift up those who have been left out. He understands redemption and he knows resilience. Joe Biden's a man of deep experience. Barack Obama, better known tonight as Michelle's husband, he leaned on Joe for his strength and decency, and you can too. You know, most candidates, when they end their campaign, that day is a hard one. For me, it was a moment filled with great joy because the day I ended my presidential campaign was also the day I endorsed Joe Biden. Joe ran for the same reasons I did when I announced my campaign in the middle of that blizzard on the banks of the Mississippi River. To cross the river of our divides, to bring this nation together, to be a president for all of America. As I said the day I endorsed him, if you feel stuck in the middle of the extremes in our politics, if you are tired of the noise and the nonsense, you have a home with me and you have a home with Joe Biden. That's why I was so proud to stand him in and across this great country. That's why we are all now standing united behind Joe and my friend.
Okay, we got some good questions popping up in the chat. Can
Our nation's
we
motto
mute Amy?
is out of many, one. And as you're about to see,
Okay, we're
it's
gonna
also
bring Amy
the
to a
story
close. Let's
of the
see what
Democratic
else she
primary.
says. She might surprise us.
Thank you,
Oh,
America.
thank you. Bye-bye, Amy.
Wrap it up.
Bye, Amy.
All right, she kept.
We all ran for president motivated by the same reason.
As I watched President Trump divide this country
Shout
more
out
and
to
more,
all
I
the
thought to
women
myself,
who ran.
what are you willing to do to stop him?
You had the most
Shout out
destructive,
to Jilla
hateful,
Brand
racist
and
president in the history
Tulsi
of the country,
and
tearing
Liz.
the fabric of the United States of America.
Let's not forget the orb mother, Marianne Williamson.
failed us as a president.
Yes.
We will run. Orb mother on that stage talking about love.
Heal the divisions in this nation.
Yeah,
We are
give her
still
some love.
in
And I
control
really enjoyed
of our
my
own
chat
future.
with her.
And we need to provide millions of Americans a real path forward.
A green jobs program.
Increasing the minimum wage.
Passing a national paid leave bill.
Student loan debt.
Mental health, starting with our veterans.
Reproductive justice.
One thing
Economic
missing from
justice,
this.
racial justice.
Bernie's
And there
he's
is so
coming
much
up
a
next.
new president can do to bring us
Did you
together.
hear? Did you hear what was missing? I'll tell
Starting the
y'all.
presidential campaign.
Medicare for all. No,
We have to reach hundreds.
No, oh no, we
millions
can't
of people.
talk about these socialist things.
We better.
That's what I was told. We need to stop talking. You guys need to stop talking about these socialist things before we get 4 more years of Trump. And I'm like, healthcare, and so someone's granny can have their fucking insulin, and someone's baby, if they have a broken leg, can go to the hospital without fear of being put in bankruptcy. That is just human kindness. The hell's wrong with you people? Jesus.
Well, you
I'm
know,
like, don't let me get on my nursing high horse right now, because I sure will, and I'll take y'all all the way back down to, like, you guys are we're just terrible people. Like, if you can literally sit there and say that we can deny health care to someone who needs it because they might not have the, that's a terrible ass community. Like, y'all, we need to get it together.
Yeah, well, you know the whole healthcare conversation. Me, since I used to live in a socialist democracy, the
Shout out to Denmark.
Of Denmark, yes, hello Denmark, all my Danish peeps that are watching. You know, it's a cultural thing, and one thing we're going to have to come to grips with in this country is American culture. And American culture, real talk, is dog eat dog, you know, me and mine. And that's why we struggle with, you know, putting these socialist labels on everything that is just nothing but humanity.
That part. Yeah. And I mean, and the thing is, a healthy society is a productive society. A productive society puts money in people's pockets and we spend the money. So why don't you want that? That's my problem, is why would you spend billions of dollars to keep people unhealthy when they're the ones that you're making money off of? I just don't get it.
You know why? Because it's harder to divide healthy people.
Right. Especially mentally healthy people.
Right.
But we got some questions that I saw pop up in the chat, so I want to address them because they're really good.
Okay, let me get to those, and then I'm gonna read Colin's feed.
Okay, so I think from Deidre, she said, "How do you think Sanders supporters are viewing this? What type of administration are you hoping for with Biden and Harris? How do you think that women groups are viewing Kamala after her statements regarding the allegations made towards Biden?"
Okay.
Dina, you want to start off with that? I think that was
questions there.
Well, that's a loaded question because, you know, we can't even answer that for Sanders supporters, because even amongst Sanders supporters, there's a lot of division. You know, even that group is not monolithic. You know,
I think Bernie's on. I think Bernie's speaking now.
Right now, or on the feed that you're watching? Because remember, it's
oh, he's not. Okay, sorry. People are just Anyway.
Yeah. I think there's definitely going to have to be that talk about the healthcare system, and Biden and Kamala are going to have to find some way to really pay attention, listen, and incorporate some of these progressive values.
I will offer my time for free. Like I literally will offer my time for free. Like you don't even, I will just to make this happen, I will come and educate, talk, whatever for free, just to get this point across to them. If I can just, if we just get the opportunity to, for them to hear us,
Right. I wish someone from their campaign would actually ask me what it's like to actually use socialized medicine. And how did the system work from the top to the bottom? It's a discussion that we've never actually had in this country. And I think that's why a lot of people are afraid of it, because they just don't know what it is.
Exactly. But going back to the question, Deidre, about the Sanders supporters. So me being heavy Sanders supporter and, being, really involved in that movement, what I can tell you is that these people, a lot of them were never Democrats to begin with, number one. Bernie brought in a lot of independents and people and non-political folk into this movement, into this political game. So those people right now are, yes, they're seeing that this kind of what they thought may be a democratic process is not so democratic to them. And they're having some issues. It's kind of what we went through in 2016.
Many of the ideas
Bernie's talking. We're going to
pause
that.
Just 2 years ago were considered radical, are now mainstream. But let us be clear. If Donald Trump is reelected, all the progress we have made will be in jeopardy. At its most basic, this election is about preserving our democracy.
They kick me out.
During this president's term, the unthinkable has become normal. He has tried to prevent people from voting, undermine the U.S. Postal Service, the military and federal agents against peaceful protesters, threatened to delay the election, and suggested that he will not leave office if he loses. This is not normal, and we must never treat it like it is. Under this administration, authoritarianism has taken root in our country. I and my family, and many of yours, know the insidious way authoritarianism destroys democracy, decency, and humanity. As long as I am here, I will work with progressives, with moderates, and yes, with conservatives to preserve this nation from a threat that so many of our heroes fought and died to defeat. This president is not just our democracy, but by reading science, he has put our lives in jeopardy. Trump has attacked doctors and scientists trying to protect us from the pandemic, while refusing to take strong action to produce the masks, gowns, and gloves our healthcare workers desperately need. Nero fiddled while Rome burned. Trump golfs. His actions fanned this pandemic, resulting in over 170,000 deaths and a nation still unprepared to protect its people. Furthermore, Trump's negligence has exacerbated the economic crisis we are now experiencing. Since this pandemic began, over 30 million people have lost their jobs, and many have lost their health insurance. Millions of working families are wondering how they will feed their kids, and they're worried that they will be evicted from their homes. And how has Trump responded? Instead of maintaining the $600 a week unemployment supplement that workers were receiving and the $1,200 emergency checks that many of you received. Instead of helping small businesses, Trump concocted fraudulent executive orders that do virtually nothing to address the crisis while threatening the very future of Social Security and Medicare. But the truth is that even before Trump's negligent response to this pandemic, too many hardworking families have been caught on an economic treadmill with no hope of ever getting ahead. Together, we must build a nation that is more equitable, more compassionate, and more inclusive. I know that Joe Biden will begin that fight on day one. Let me offer you just a few examples.
You're still the president of my dreams, Bernie. It's okay.
Joe supports raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. This will give 40 million workers a pay raise and push the wage scale up for everyone else. Joe will also make it easier for workers to join unions.
You guys do know the best.
Paid family leave. Fund
the economy was best when corporations were paying high taxes, right?
And make child care affordable for millions of families.
Joe
will rebuild our crumbling infrastructure and fight the threat of climate change by transitioning us to 100% clean electricity over the next 15 years. These initiatives will create millions of good-paying jobs all across our country. As you know, we are the only industrialized nation not to guarantee health care for all people. While Joe and I disagree on the best path coverage, he has a plan that will greatly expand health care and cut the cost of prescription drugs.
I still voted on the platform.
He will lower the eligibility of Medicare 65 down to 60. To help reform our criminal system, Joe will end private prisons and detention centers, cash bail, and the school-to-prison pipeline. And to heal the soul nation,
Joe
Biden
private
will end
prisons?
the hate
I had no
and
idea.
division
Let's see
Trump
when that
has created.
happens.
He will stop the demonization, the coddling of white nationalists, the racist dog whistling, the religious bigotry, and the ugly attacks on women. My friends, I say to you, to everyone who supported other candidates in the primary, and to those who may have voted for Donald Trump in the last election, the future of our democracy, the future of our economy is at stake. The future of our planet at stake. We must come together, defeat Donald Trump, and elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as our next president and vice president. My friends, the price of failure is
I would have been okay with a Sanders-Harris ticket too.
Imagine.
I mean, truthfully, I would have been.
My number one ticket choice.
That was a good ticket. Because it goes back,
No, progressives fought that. I said, look, Bernie and Kamala, get together.
My American dream is to have an America where we have people in affordable housing.
But for every human being in this country to have access to quality health care and economic means to care for themselves.
Access to equality and equitable education.
A system of government that protects the workers and their families.
Joe Biden, throughout his career, has focused on reaping the middle class.
We need a leader that actually rules for our hardworking people.
Real leadership to show genuine support for small.
Oh,
that was Andrew.
To the COVID crisis.
Joe Biden has the experience,
caucus,
the platform,
and DNC member
to build America back better.
He wants good things
for
DNC, not just a select few.
Dina said, "Can't you come back in?"
I'll be back in, girl. I gotta see you first.
But no, I mean, I just wish that it wasn't such a a thirst trap. Like, Joe. I really wish that they would talk about more about the community and what I mean, granted, I know that's what they're saying the community needs, but I just am kind of like, when you're just like, Joe's going to do this and Joe's going to do that. And I look at Joe's history and it's almost damn near the complete opposite. And I'm just like, you know what I mean? Sure, you have the whole hold them accountable thing, but shit, I can't even get my voice heard at the county level, let alone the national level. So I'm just kind of like, I really, if the
we are. Hold on, girl. Talking. You didn't tell me more.
Wait, here we go.
She just started.
Okay.
In it, Emmanuel AME Church and murdered 9 black parishioners as they studied the Bible together.
Where did he come
The ground beneath our feet is seeded with pain that is both old and new.
I'm refreshing.
But
Here they
kick you out again.
I don't know. Me that time.
Y'all,
this is what happens when you live in the hood. They don't give you.
Yep, there we go. That's another issue that needs to be discussed. Someone in the comments, Minerva Williams. Oh, is she back?
Choose will determine whether or not we honor that struggle and chip away at that injustice and keep alive the very possibility of finishing that work.
She's from the South Side
I
of Chicago.
am one of a handful of people living today who have seen firsthand the immense weight and awesome power of the presidency. And let me once again tell you this.
No.
The job is hard. It requires clear-headed judgment, a mastery of complex and competing issues, a devotion to facts and history, a moral compass, and an ability to listen, and an abiding belief that each of the 330 million lives in this country has meaning and worth. A president's words have the power to move markets. They can start wars or broker peace. They can summon our better angels or awaken our instincts. You simply cannot fake your way through this job. As I've said before, being president doesn't change who you are. It reveals who you are.
Amen to that.
Well, a presidential election can reveal who we are too. And 4 years ago, too many people chose to believe that their votes didn't matter. Maybe they were fed up. Maybe they felt
what they were, Michelle.
close. Maybe the barriers felt too steep, whatever the reason.
You
in
did
the
not
end,
need us.
those choices sent someone to the Oval Office who lost the national popular vote by nearly 3 million votes. In one of the states that determined the outcome, the winning margin averaged
Hillary didn't take her ass to that state.
Votes per precinct. 2 votes. And we've all been living with the consequences. When my husband left office with Joe Biden at his
You're not gonna
side,
put this on voters.
we had a record-breaking stretch of job creation. We'd secured the right to health care for 20 million people.
You're not gonna
We
put
were
that on us.
respected around the world, rallying our allies to confront climate change.
Donor parties.
And our leaders had worked hand in hand with scientists to prevent an Ebola outbreak from becoming a global pandemic.
Yeah, this is the end. She's the last speaker. It's over at 8.
The state of the nation is very different. More than 150,000 people have died, and our economy is in shambles because of a virus that this president downplayed for too long. It has left millions of people jobless. Too many have lost their health care. Too many are struggling to take care
Because it
of
shouldn't be
basic.
employer-based healthcare.
Too many communities have been left in the lurch to grapple with whether and how to open our schools safely. Internationally, we turn our back, not just on agreements forged by my husband, but on alliances championed by presidents like Reagan and Eisenhower. And here at home, as George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and never-ending list of people of color continue to be murdered, stating the simple fact that a Black Life Matters is still met with derision from the nation's highest office. Because whenever we look to this White House for some leadership, consolation, or any semblance of steadiness, what is chaos, division, and a total and utter lack of empathy. That's something I've been thinking a lot about lately. The ability to walk in someone else's shoes. The recognition that someone else's experience has value too. Most of us practice this without a second thought. If we see someone suffering or struggling, we don't stand in judgment, we reach out. Because there, but for the grace of God go I. It is not a hard concept to grasp. It's what we teach our children. Like so many of you, Barack and I have tried our best to instill in our girls a strong moral foundation, carry forward the values that our parents and grandparents poured into us. But right now, kids in this country are seeing what happens when we stop requiring empathy of one another.
Melina?
They're looking around wondering about who we are and what we truly value. They see people shouting in grocery stores, unwilling to wear a mask to keep us all safe. They see people calling the police on folks minding their own business just because of the color of their skin. They see an entitlement that says only certain people belong here.
Say it what it
that
is.
Greed is good and
Michelle,
winning
I know
is
you want to say
everything.
that.
Because as long as you come out on top, it doesn't matter what happens to everyone else. And they see what happens when that lack of empathy is ginned up into outright disdain. They see our leaders labeling fellow citizens enemies of the state while emboldening torch-bearing white supremacists. They watch in horror as children are torn from their families and thrown into cages, and pepper spray and rubber bullets are used on peaceful protesters for a photo op.
Yep.
Deidre
Sadly,
got a bunch
this
of good
is the America that is on display
I know.
for the
We're
next
going to
generation.
answer them too. We're going to come back to you, Deidre.
A nation that's underperforming not simply on matters of policy, but on matters of character. And that's not just disappointing, it's downright infuriating. Because I know the goodness and the grace that is out there in households, neighborhoods all across this nation. And I know that regardless of our race, age, religion, or politics, when we close out the noise and the fear and truly open our hearts, we know that what's going on in this country is just not right. This is not who we want to be. So what do we do now? What's our strategy? Over the past 4 years,
burn this motherfucker to the ground. I'm kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Stop interrupting Michelle, please.
Does going high still really work? My answer, going high is the only thing that works. Because when we go low, when we use those same tactics of degrading and dehumanizing others, we just become part of the ugly noise that's drowning out everything else. We degrade ourselves. We degrade the very causes for which we fight. But let's be clear. Going high does not mean putting on a smile and saying nice things when confronted by viciousness and cruelty.
All right now.
Going high means taking the harder path. It means scraping and clawing our way to that mountaintop. Going high means standing fierce against hatred, while remembering that we are one nation under God. And if we want to survive, we've got to
somebody get a screenshot of us with Michelle.
Together and work together.
I'm gonna do it right now.
And going high means unlocking shackles of lie and mistrust with the only thing that can truly set us free, the cold, hard truth. So let me be as honest and clear as I possibly can. Donald Trump is the wrong president for our country. He has had more than enough time to prove that he can do the job, but he is clearly in over his head. He cannot meet this moment. He simply cannot be who we need him to be for us. It is what it is.
Tell it, Michelle.
Now, I understand that my message won't be heard by some. We live in a nation that is divided, and I am a Black woman speaking at the Democratic Convention. But enough know me by now. You know that exactly what I'm feeling. You know I hate politics. I care about this nation.
I see them side
You
eye.
know how I care about all of our children.
She look good.
So if you take one thing from my work tonight, it is this.
She like, look,
If you
I'm
think
out of my house. I am
possibly
my
trust
best
me,
life at my foundation, go to this library, get
if
my
we
films
don't
out
make
there,
a change in this election,
and make
if
money off my
we
stock.
have any hope of ending this chaos, we got to vote for Joe Biden like lives depend on it. I know Joe. He
We know
is
Joe.
a profoundly decent man, guided by faith.
Y'all remember that song? I know we're both don't know.
He knows
I
what it
know
takes to
we're
run
both
an
don't
economy,
know.
beat
Down, go.
back a pandemic, and lead our. And he listens. He will tell the truth
Mosey.
and trust science. He will make smart plans and manage a good team. And he will govern one a life that the rest of us can recognize.
Up all night.
When he was a kid,
Love
Joe's
you, girl.
father
Come on,
lost
Black
his
Girl
job.
Magic.
When he was a young senator, he lost his baby daughter. And when he was vice president, he lost his beloved son.
Michelle and I
So
use the
Joe
same edge
knows
control.
the anguish
know,
of
though.
sitting at a
You know what?
table with impeachment,
That was a
which
Black
is
girl
why he
story
gives
for me.
his so freely to grieving parents. Joe knows what it's like to struggle, which is why he gives his personal phone number to kids overcoming a stutter of their own.
Joe, can I have your
His
phone number?
life is a testament.
Can we talk?
Back up.
Are you stuttering?
And he's in a channel that's so
Tell you,
good
like,
and
no.
passion to pick us all up, to help us heal and guide us forward. Now, Joe is not perfect, and he'd be the first to tell you that. But there is no perfect candidate, no perfect president, and his ability to learn and grow, find in that the kind of humility and maturity that so many of us yearn for right now. Because Joe Biden has served the nation his entire life without ever losing sight of who he is. More than that, it's never lost sight of who we are, all of us. Joe Biden wants all of our kids to go to a good school, see a doctor when they're sick, live on a healthy planet. Plans to make all of that happen. Joe Biden wants all of our kids, no matter what, to be able to walk out the door without worrying about being harassed or arrested or killed.
People
He
watching in
wants
the chat,
all
tell me what
of our
y'all think
kids to
about
be
Michelle.
able to go to a movie or a math class without being afraid of getting shot. He wants all our kids to grow up with leaders who won't just serve themselves and their wealthy peers, but will provide a safety net for people facing hard times. And if we want a chance to pursue any of these goals, any of these most basic requirements for a functioning society, We have to vote for Joe Biden in numbers that cannot be ignored. Because right now, folks who know they cannot win fair and square at the ballot box are doing everything they can to stop us from voting. They're closing down polling places in minority neighborhoods.
They've been doing that.
Purging voter rolls. They're sending people out to intimidate voters, and they're lying about the security of our ballots.
And removing
These tactics are not new. But this is not the time to withhold our votes in protests or play games with candidates who have no chance of winning. We have got to vote like we did in 2008 and 2012. We've got to show up with the same level of passion and hope for Joe Biden. We've got to vote early, in person if we can. We've got to request our mail-in ballots right now, tonight, and send them back immediately. And follow up to make sure they're received. And then make sure our friends and families do the same. We have got to grab our comfortable shoes, put on our masks, pack a brown bag dinner, and maybe breakfast too. Because we've got to be willing to stand in line all night if we have to. Look, we have already sacrificed so much this year.
Look at that.
So many of you are already going that extra mile. Even when you're exhausted, you're mustering up unimaginable courage to put on those scrubs and give our loved ones a fighting chance. Even when you're anxious, you're delivering those packages, stocking the shelves, and doing all that essential work so that all of us can keep moving forward. Even when it all feels so overwhelming, working parents are somehow piecing it all together without childcare. Teachers are getting creative so that our kids can still learn and grow. Our young people are desperately fighting to pursue their dreams. And when the horrors of racism shook our country and our consciences, millions of Americans of every age, every background rose up to march for each other, crying out for justice and progress. This is who we still are. Compassionate, resilient, decent, whose fortunes are bound up with one another. And it is well past time for our leaders to once again reflect our truth. So it is up to us to add our voices and our votes to the chorus of history, echoing heroes like John Lewis, who said, "When you see something that is not right, you must say something. You must do something."
That's right.
That is the truest form of empathy. Not just feeling, but doing.
All the way back.
Not just for ourselves or our kids, but for everyone.
Dang it.
For all our
I
kids.
didn't get that out. Right.
And if we want to keep the possibility of progress alive in our time, if we want to be able to look our in the eye after this, we have got to reassert our place in American history. And we have got to do everything we can to elect my friend Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. Thank you all. God bless.
All right.
So they gonna give Michelle a round. Bernie can't get no round.
So let me start off by saying just this.
Wow. Thank you, Michelle Obama.
When it comes to the Obamas
in this country, we
and
need more
having
of that example.
a role model,
so much for
the
being part of this
Obama and Michelle and their family was nothing more than top tier excellence of the Black family in the White House. They were absolutely perfect.
Hear from
I mean, when it came to role model, like Michelle is everything.
Leading a nation out of the
and she's not a supermodel.
Okay.
No, and she's not a supermodel looking, person. She, is tall and, she had like an overbite, like she had her cosmetic issues that people attacked her on, and she still carried that shit with grace. So she literally probably is the most pristine and educated first lady in United States history. You guys can challenge me on that, but I don't know any other first lady that literally has 2 damn degrees from Ivy League schools.
No, that cannot be challenged by.
I'm not challenging you at all.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying for the viewers.
No,
I know you guys aren't going to
think anybody here would.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, when it comes to that, every time I see the Obamas, like, it just politics aside, I'm just
Hold on.
What is this?
Oh, yes, Billy Porter.
Come on,
Queen.
Billy.
This happened here.
Ooh, I knew this was gonna be a
What
situation,
it
y'all.
is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a little.
There you go, your hands, Dallas.
Wait a minute. I'm not even trying to use my little.
Children, what's that sound? Everybody was going down.
Heaven help us all. Here's Christopher Gill. In a way, some black women are disrespectful to Michelle as white women. I don't know what your experience is, Christopher Gill, but you never had that experience. I have not met one black woman who has talked about Michelle. It's not that.
Everybody look what's going.
Well, Chris Buck had tell me don't speak it like Michelle was talking.
Well, this is a watch party. So if you want to have an uninterrupted dialogue with Michelle, you have that on separate YouTube. That's kind of what this is. Sorry. Okay. This was responded to by Miss Greenway, who said, "No."
Can we turn the background down just a little bit if you're going to answer the questions?
We're going to turn Billy all the way.
We love you,
Child, this
all right.
But I'm just saying, if you come down, I can still talk, but I'm living on.
Go. That was the soul snatch. Y'all didn't even know that move. And he brought it back.
He did.
You better watch out.
And he's like, y'all get me. You know what watch out mean. You know what I'm saying.
You better go on, Billy.
Don't push me now. Don't push me. Keep working that.
He's working that tail,
right? I want to. I can't wait to go clubbing again. I just want to go to it don't gotta be a club. He's talking about like, a party with a DJ, with flashes, you get involved at a TV, a California party, everything. Like, there's certain things in life where dancing at home and on Instagram at a watch party is just weird. Anyway, I digress.
They have this to the end. Oh, hold on, we got
National Convention of Order.
Oh.
Just a recap.
However, we gather, unified in spirit, unified in our values and purpose.
There's a lot of black people on this one.
To carry on the fight for justice.
They know that's right.
I'm like, the Democrats know how to pander their asses off. Come on now.
You can't let up.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will lead by example. It'll be science, not politics or ego, that will drive their decisions.
Still thinking about Saturday Night Live.
The health of our people goes hand in hand with the strength of our economy.
Millie!
My dad was a healthy
Millie, that's exactly who she is. Millie.
His only pre-existing condition was trusting Donald Trump, and for that, he paid with his life.
The future of our democracy is at stake. The future of our economy is at stake.
2 seconds.
The future of our planet is at stake.
If we want to be able to look our children in the eye after this election, we have got to reassert our place in American history. And we have got to do everything we can to elect my friend Joe Biden as the next president of the United States.
Hello, I am Pastor Jerry Young. Let us pray together.
Well,
Almighty God, we are grateful to you for having granted to our nation the democratic ideal by which our destiny may be fashioned. We are thankful to you for having blessed these United States of America to survive the climate of confusion and chaos, racism and injustice, uncertainty, helplessness, and irresponsibility. We now, O Lord, invoke your presence and participation throughout the life of this convention. It is our prayer that you will enable this convention to produce a vision that will promote healing and health for our nation, a vision that will inform and be inclusive of all Americans, a vision that will rekindle in us a renewed commitment to the high ideal of our democracy, that we are created equal and are endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We would pray that you would grant to those to whom we will entrust with authority of government to be competent, compassionate, courageous, committed, and consecrated, and guide us, the people, to support them in all good and wise legislation, that we all may prosper under an equal law. Defend our liberty and grant us a sense of our own responsibility. Achieve unity of purpose among us, and grant unto us the victory of faith and freedom in the ideas to which we are committed as a nation. Strengthen us with honor and grant us peace. Provide us, O God, with the strength and spiritual sustenance to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. In the strong name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Delegates and distinguished guests,
Y'all back.
we've
Okay, I see
concluded this
you.
evening's convention
Okay.
program. The convention will stand
Yeah, you guys
in
were doing something. I
recess
just didn't want
until
to
tomorrow evening.
idle it.
All right, we're done.
Bye.
Oh.
Bye, Benny.
Okay.
Well,
Wow.
let's go back to some of these questions with our viewers here.
Yes.
Yeah, because there were a lot of those, and we'll bring those up. But before we get into these questions, because there was a lot that came back, I want to go back to Muriel Better, Black Lives Matter, and some of that stuff that happened at the church. And then somebody else made a few other statements. I think we got to definitely talk about Michelle's remarks, and we got to talk about Bernie. Hello. Did Bernie bring it home? So did Bernie bring it home?
I think Bernie did what he always did. I mean,
exactly.
And the beauty is, I just want another plug and reminder is that the women that you're looking at that I'm deferring to on this chat with us tonight, they're Bernie delegates, and they've been serving like just hardcore in the streets, not just for California, but nationwide. So I just want to say thank you, sisters, for just serving our communities and keeping people aware of what's going on when people don't even really want to listen. And then that's my point for Bernie. When I saw Uncle Bernie tonight, it just reminded me as to why I enjoyed watching him as a candidate, supporting his candidacy, supporting the whole, again, another quagmire even within the institution of Bernie night, witnessing that and seeing how people know, even in their passion or in this, never too much indecisiveness. It was always a passion because there was a call to action for a certain issue. And I think that's what Bernie, he was, to me, the first speaker who did not sound like the soundbite without the solution tonight. And then after he spoke, then I started hearing other people come up with the definitive measures of what a goal for unemployment looks like, what jobs look like, what school reopening looks like, what the COVID situation for healthcare could possibly be like. But Bernie was dropping the numbers, the percentages, and the plans, deferring to the current candidate situation, be it, you know, Biden and Harris ticket, but also for Americans. And that's why I love paying homage to Bernie and thinking about what is it going to be for those who supported Bernie in this election, in 2020 election. I'm very curious because I know y'all feel like they're giving up a lot, or you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Jeanna, your thoughts on Bernie?
Bernie is Bernie. Bernie was never this masterful orator that inspired. I mean, his inspiration of the crowd came from, he gave a damn. He talked about more than, like, you know, Melina said, the sound bites about why we must vote Democrat. You know, he talked about the issues that he knew were affecting us in each community. He was intersectional, and that's what made Bernie so powerful. And so tonight, Bernie was Bernie. I could literally recite Bernie's speeches because he is just that strong of a man of his word. Like, he always talks about the same issues because he believes in that. And so, you know, I think I was looking through my timeline, and of course, a lot of the progressives, you know, he started talking about why we have to support Joe, and they started bucking against it again, just like what happened when he talked about Hillary. But, you know, at the same time, like, fuck, now 2020, looking back at 2016 was a fucking privilege. Gosh, like, now we are really in trouble. And so, you know, my thoughts on Bernie is, you know, that's why you will always be the president of my dreams, because you cared about me.
You know,
well, I think Bernie was also reminding our current candidates of some of the issues that they better start talking about and making some promises on.
Mm-hmm. That's what I heard. What I heard from this speech from Senator Sanders is he and Joe have been having a number of talks, right? And it is clear to us that he has left their conversations with an understanding of where Joe is going to be on these issues. And so he has come to us and told us, as progressives, this is where Joe's going to be. We're going to end private prison industry. That was a very big thing.
That was very clear. That was big.
That was clear.
Very big thing. And I think, let me scroll. I think Miss Minerva had something to say. She said, we need prayer. Okay, we do need prayer. Well, hold on. Let me find where you said that, man.
Sage, candles, wine.
Okay, so she says, I didn't know that Joe was endorsing private prison. This is worrisome. So I think what people had that misconception of what was happening here, and I think that's why it was hard for a number of folks to come on board with Hillary, because private prisons had bundled so much of her campaign money. And so for Black folks, if you're talking about two things, you're talking about we don't know enough about where marijuana to legalize, which that is absolutely false. It's been a scheduled, it's been a classified as an antioxidant by the U.S. government. It's been patented as an antioxidant by the U.S. government since maybe 1992, and we've had studies. So when people say, I'm taking money from private prisons and I'm also not going to legalize marijuana, the very trap that is set up for so many people across this country. We don't have that issue so much in California as other folks do across the country. So I think that was a big statement that Bernie made to a number of people in the criminal justice reform fight that says, okay, this is going to be different. Maybe I better just maybe I better just come on out and vote. I'm hoping that was the dialogue, but let's not spend too much time on this. Before we go back to Michelle, before we get into Michelle and some of these other fantastic questions submitted by our audience, thank you guys. I want to talk about a little bit about Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, D.C. Shout out to all the Black mayors around the country. But Muriel went out and put that Black Lives Matter square right there outside the White House, so you can be clear where we stand as builders of this nation and builders of the District of Columbia. A Black
and builders of the damn house he's in.
The District of Columbia. The White House itself, built by Black hands.
Hello?
Okay, the entire District of Columbia planned, urban planner. They named the whole plaza L'Enfant Plaza. L'Enfant was a drunk. Most folks know that. The person who planned that city was Benjamin Banneker, and he also wrote the first almanac for this country. So,
if you guys don't know who Benjamin Banneker is, please go Google that shit.
Please. So, when you get into Black Lives Matter row, and now this man is saying, I'm going to go across and make this symbolic statement of going and having troops, deploying troops on American citizens. Unconscionable at the highest level. And to go and stand in front of this church, was it a Bible? It looked like a hymnal to me. I didn't even know.
You know what? I said the same thing. It looked like a hymn book. It did not look like a Bible, but
it was symbolic of doing what he wanted to mastermind the imagery of a Bible, be it a Bible or a hymn book. It's all symbolic back to one thing. You know, religion is touting on power and what is written. So I know we can all rewrite different laws in our head spiritually, but religiously, that's a different conversation. But
first of all, what happened to separation in church and fucking government, or church and state? What happened to that? I mean, I'm just going there, like, because I feel like so much of the church, and I'm not going after religion. I don't care like who believes in what. But I'm just looking at our Constitution when it says, you know, the separation of church and state. And I see the church and the state so intertwined that I'm just like, isn't it supposed to be separate? Like, because I know the Republicans make their choices about trying to reverse Roe versus Wade, all that stuff and they try to hide behind Jesus on it. But Jesus said, and I'm just like, well, what happened to separation? This is supposed to be separate. This is separate. I love Jesus, but separate.
You know,
I actually want to go back to one thing that the mayor of DC said that I don't know if a lot of people caught it, but I thought it was probably the most important thing she said in that speech when she was talking about Floyd and his murder. She said that the reason why it got so much attention is because police spoke up. Because we always hear that thing about, oh, it's just a few bad apples. No. It's not a few bad apples. It's a bunch of people who are complicit. And for a change, police actually spoke up.
Yeah.
And spoke out.
Yeah. Well, because their lives were now in danger.
Right. And
because of the actions of a few. And we won't just say a few. We know it's more than just a few, but just by over 600 deaths in the last 5 years, you know, I mean, that's a lot. 10 years. And so I think Muriel was very much on point. Irrespective, I don't know how folks are feeling about her in DC, but I love her statements tonight. I really thought that she brought it home, and I love where she gave her statements at. And so there was just a lot of symbolism in that. And I want to make sure that we didn't miss what happened there. And, you know, even with Trump, for me, the image of him standing in front of that church with the Bible, it was almost like Willie Lynchism at its finest. It was, you know, whenever there's an uprising, insurrection, we will use this Bible to bait and calm you and bring you and bring your principal core back into my control. You know,
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I felt that having. And I'm moving around, y'all, because the light was getting on my nerves. But when he did that, the first thing I thought about was like the Willie Lynch letter. And I kid you not, I had like a dream maybe a couple weeks ago. I woke up and black Jesus was in every household. And in my dream, white Jesus pictures were being taken down in all our households. But when I saw him do that, I just had to throw that out there. When
I love it. I'm listening.
do it, I was just like,
yeah, we like, how did it turn out?
Oh my gosh, I woke up like this. But my point is, I had to say that when he did that, I also felt like we have to be aware of someone trying to take control over our minds and our social constructs as things are tumbling down. You know what I'm saying? It's such a manipulation, and it plays into everything else that's happening with the pandemic, the disease, people talking about revelations, you know, the famine of the world and things like that. So we just have to be very mindful of how we curate and allow things in our minds. And I think the cool thing, I love that. The cool thing with also the mayor of DC is that she was like, this is our city. We free DC. And guess what? This is a beautiful way to utilize the fact that DC is not a state at the moment. So you can't tell us what to do. So
no taxation without representation. Hello, people.
So at that point, she was just like, well, like DC does, let's show them how it's done when we all come together.
I loved it.
Yeah.
So we had some good questions. Let's see. Deidre put a litany up on here. Let's see what we got from Miss Deidre. What do you think about Barbara Boxer saying that Kamala needs to apologize for her contribution? Oh, I had to read the whole thing here. To hold on, it's too long. To unfair treatment of people of color, and apologize for her. Oh, excuse me, Barbara Boxer said what?
Right. Yeah. When I saw that,
I was getting ready to listen to y'all because I didn't know.
She said that Kamala needs to apologize for her contribution to the unfair treatment of people of color. How dare you, Barbara? Oh no, Barbara. Why did you do that? I have to see that post. Give us a link because we want more. We want.
Yeah, I'm looking that link up right now.
Yeah.
And also, did she also ask, do you think that Barbara Boxer would have made a statement had the VP candidate been Elizabeth Warren or another woman who was not a color? Okay, folks, so I'll go to the second question first because that's easy. No, absolutely not. She would not have played her like that. Now, let's get into this. I don't know who Barbara was supporting in the little VP candidacy, the Veep Stakes, the beauty pageant, whatever you want to call it. I thought it was hot. I thought it was cool. I love seeing all these women and all of their fantastic records. Now, let's get into, we wanted to wait to get into Kamala. I won't get into it too deep, but Kamala did not need to apologize because let's talk about Kamala. In 2004 is when she was the district attorney. I want any progressive, this is my charge to every Bernie, every Liz person, this is my charge to you. I want you to find a more progressive district attorney in California or anywhere else in this country for that matter than Kamala Harris in 2004. I think we have a lot of young people and I'm happy that they are engaged, but I think their memory doesn't go back as far as some of us. And I recall her not charging people for possession of marijuana. And you can be in the Bay Area. And I remember being amazed, being at a gas station in Oakland and San Francisco and seeing guys that they have a joint behind their ear or a blunt behind their ear. And the police are right there. They don't care. They're not busting them for possession. So it's just not true. So there are a lot of things that just aren't factual. And when we talk about these bills and we talk about marijuana, Kamala Harris supported the legalization of marijuana. She supported propositions that freed low-level nonviolent offenders. So when people say they don't know who this woman is, you know, no, of course she's not perfect. No elected official is. You're not going to agree with her on every single thing. But at this point in time, in the battle that we're facing, please mute that, in the battle that we're facing, why would you still be choosing to drag this woman, saying that she should be held to 2020 progressive standards based on a 2004 record? Now, does that sound right to you? Because I can guarantee you, you cannot find a more progressive district attorney anywhere in this country at that time. And if you we send them to
and being a woman,
praise.
So I'm sending this link to this article, this interview of Barbara Boxer with Skullduggery, which is like Yahoo. I'm putting it in our little group thing, but from what as you were talking, what I just read was Barbara Boxer was basically, she actually kind of hinted on what you were just saying, which was, yeah, she did have these things and she, and she got ridiculed for it during her presidential run, but has since taken more progressive stances. And she said, she admitted, she said, when I voted for the crime bill in 94, she said all of the Congressional Black Caucus supported the crime bill in 94. She said none of us knew what would happen by support. That's what she's saying. That's what she's saying.
Well, Bernie still voted for it, folks. So somebody else asked about the crime bill and Joe Biden.
Right.
And yes, Joe Biden is the author of mass incarceration. He's the author of the crime bill. However, many members of the Congressional Black Caucus also supported that bill, as well as Senator Sanders. But it was only Senator Sanders that talked about the devastation of this bill, but only did he vote for it based on the potential for devastation, but only did he vote for it based on they had included the Violence Against Women Act, and they had been trying to get it passed for 20 years. And so it was just very hard for him to go back to his home state and tell women that he didn't support a bill that included the violence against women.
The 94 crime bill was a fucking omnibus. It had a lot in it. So it's very hard as a legislator, not that I am a legislator, but as a legislator, it's very hard when you have a big bill like an omnibus like that. It's really hard to not vote for something if it includes something that you're fighting for in it. And that's the nature of the beast in politics. But what I do, like you said, what I do respect about Bernie is that he came out and said, okay, yeah, you're right, I did vote for it, but this is the reason why. And I don't think we've gotten that type of explanation from a lot of other people. Joe Biden needs to come out and explain.
Hold on, because I can't let Barbara lead. I can't let Barbara and Maxine go out like that either, because what you have to understand is they were dealing with neighborhoods that had a highly militarized drug, I won't say cartels, but militarized police force, because we have militarized gang forces and drug forces. Right. So it was a very crazy time. I grew up in South Central in the late 80s, early 90s. And, late 80s, it was a war zone. It was a war zone. I witnessed a lot of murders. I witnessed shootings, stabbings, all of the above in public, in front of me. So when you have this type of experience and you're seeing this happen around you, you want to do anything to get these people off the street. But we didn't go into rehabilitation. We didn't go into diversionary programs for our youth. We didn't go into, but you know who did a lot of that work in California? Kamala Harris. So
and with Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and with different steps with like Congresswoman Karen Bass, and even on the East Coast, when you look at it, the flip side of it is, here on the West Coast, as y'all were experiencing Reaganomics at high numbers, the world was too, targeting all our communities across the country. But I remember growing up in Delaware, we didn't grow up around gangs, but we grew up with the deployment of drugs, the deployment of narcotics hitting our neighborhoods in small clusters of drug dealers in our neighborhoods. So what we saw was, instead of gangs, we saw people getting on drugs, getting hooked on drugs, and going back and forth to prison as addicts.
We had all of that too.
Sellers, so you had sellers going, but you also had addicts repeating time as well, without gang life and culture in our neighborhoods in Delaware. So we had gangs, yes, but it was not proliferated the way it was in big cities. in places
If
like
you're just tuning in, we were just talking about the impacts of the crime bill, and we were answering some questions. We did not know Barbara Boxer tried us and tried every black woman in this country with that.
But did you guys look at, I don't think she did that.
I read the article.
I don't think she did that. I think that was a gaslighting title. But when I read the article, it doesn't sound like she was necessary. She was like, yeah, she should, if she realizes that what she did at that time was incorrect, yeah, she probably should say something about that. And yeah, I think I would respect people a lot more if you come to me and say, you know what, at the time, my community was under attack and I had to fix it. But now I realize we should have been more concise. We should have done this. This is my hindsight lesson. I will have more respect for you that way than you just saying, well, we had to get those thugs off the street and then leaving it at that. You know what I mean? Because that also devastated the community because like you said, we didn't have any rehabilitation. We still are struggling with how to bring prisoners and get them back into our society because we still treat prisoners like animals versus in Norway, they're treated like human beings and rehabilitated back into the community. Here, we treat them like fucking animals in the zoo. I have my brother in prison right now. I have my little sister in and out of prison right now. And neither one of them are ready to really come into this society as it is right now. They don't have a place. So I would much rather people who were part of that 94 crime bill or voted for it, I would much rather you say I did, and this is the reason why, and this is what I learned from it. But where we missed from 94 to now was the programs. There could have been a time to rebuild and actually learn from that crime bill and maybe take some things out and maybe add some things in. But, that crime bill, we're riding the Clinton era too. So we're kind of on the high of the Clinton.
Yes. And I think over time we did. And then if you go from 94 to 2004, you had people that had that hindsight and started implementing those programs. And that is the truth about Kamala Harris.
Yeah. And they're doing a really good job with implementing those programs in Oakland. I can only say that because, my mother worked in that industry and she had a nonprofit at one point in time in Oakland, but we were very instrumental in helping the recidivism rate and helping mothers that were on drugs coming out of prison find a home, but not be stable, that were destable and having to be stabilized. You can't get stabilized being in prison for 10 years or 5 years or 3 years or any period of time and come home with no resources and think you can live on your own in 6 months. So having people look at it in a way that is really sustainable for individuals and their families to rehabilitate together is very important. So we're starting to see different models, implemented in our society that show a communal togetherness for healing. And I think that's what we need. It's a little tangent, but at the end of the day, these bills that locked us up, now we have to reverse them in real time with fast track.
Right. I think that's one of the big problems that a lot of progressives are having is that they want to focus on the solutions that were used in 2004, way back when, but they also are not taking into consideration why those systems and laws were put in place to begin with.
Right.
What's going on in 2004. Context is everything. And I'm not surprised that they're holding Kamala to a 2020 progressive standard because that's what Black women go through. We're always held to impossible standards.
Correct. And that when we get into the racism of the progressive wing of the party, we get to see a lot of that. We get to see a lot of the inside of that. I was very disenchanted by a number of our Bernie delegation because of some of that. And it is, and I know they'll say, oh, well, she's just not progressive. Well, let's be clear. Anytime you dragging a Black woman, I'm never going to be down with you. Okay. Now that's just facts. And then you are deterring the rest of the loyal voting base that is Black women in this party when you do that. And you don't realize how many people you want. But I recognize that a number of them are very destructive, and they definitely want to see the end of a two-party system. And so they will do any type of tactic to ensure that. But more importantly, the fact that you can't understand the very premise of white supremacy that will allow a predominantly white base of people to come after a Black woman and present her before someone like Joe Biden with the track record he's had and say, present her before him for his judgment or for his she's not worthy to serve with. The audacity of that level of white supremacy, guised under the tool of progressive politics, is sickening. And check yourself if you're still there about it, and go back and look at people's record. And come on, 2004 is 16 years ago. They didn't even gay people couldn't even get married. Okay. We had all types of laws that were happening, and from the 3 strikes to the cocaine disparity. Now here's a woman in 2004 who stood against the death penalty. No one else did that in this state until recently, up until this year. 16 years later, you have somebody, a DA in this state, who's saying, no, I'm not supporting the death penalty. But when she did it, no one, definitely not the police force.
In a progressive state, California, a progressive state.
Right.
Well, we had a Republican governor at that time, so that's the other piece too. Like, come on, Schwarzenegger, folks, was our governor. Like, how much are you really anticipating someone who is the first Black woman to be leading a white male-dominated institution? How did you expect that person to do that? And so the fact that you, and I will say this again, the fact that you would have the audacity to present this woman before a man like Joe Biden, bless his heart, we need him to stay alive and make it to January 20th, November 3rd at least.
Right.
At least.
Right.
So to have the audacity to present her before him for his judgment is racist. And I know you don't see it. I know you all don't see it. But that's what it is.
It is. It is.
Shaquita Applebaum, the Superwoman Complex.
We need a rest. We need a long vacation.
Okay, so hold on. Somebody's talking about Kamala withheld evidence. Listen, when Kamala first got in, there was a case of a girl who went to my high school. I didn't know her. She was younger than me. She went to my high school, Westchester graduate, and her name was Mitrice Richardson. And she was found, she was missing for a number of months, ultimately, but she was found in the Malibu canyons.
Yep.
And her death was never fully investigated. And there was a huge concern about the sheriff's department, which she had been in the sheriff's custody that evening, and they were supposed to hold her through the night until her parents could come and get her. And then they released her in the middle of the night without her purse and car keys, and all that stuff had been locked in her vehicle at the place that they had picked her up. It was a restaurant in Malibu. She couldn't pay the bill. I guess the dishwashing thing was over, but the police came and picked her up. Anywho, she was found later, months later. Yeah. And we really wanted, and we still want, an investigation into that department. Now, whatever happens there, when Kamala first got sworn in as Attorney General, that was a big part, something that she really wanted to work on. But for some reason, maybe the first day or the day she was sworn in, the day after, she sent a letter to Mitrice's family and informed them that she wasn't going to be able to proceed with that investigation. Now, I don't know what she was told. I don't know what that experience was. And I hope at some point in time, she'll be able to come out and really tell what that was.
Yeah.
Even doing work with our county sheriff here now, who on his campaign said he would do similar, investigate this case, open this case. It still has not happened. So when we talk about law enforcement, and we talk about Jim Crow, and we talk about the new Jim Crow and what that looks like, you've seen enough slave movies, enough civil rights era movies to know that certain people don't want to talk. Yes, Michelle Alexander knew Jim Crow. And Push Out. If you have not have the book Push Out, well, hold on, you're gonna push that at the end, Melina. Before we close, on Push Out.
Oh, I didn't want to say it.
Okay, well, we'll make sure we talk about it this week because that's a book that everybody doesn't want to miss. But that instance, I think, is something that Kamala, like she said, she's not perfect. She didn't get to do everything she wanted to do. You get faced with really tough decisions, and if it's a decision that you think may really impact your life and your livelihood, you may make a different decision. And I can't hate her for that. So when we talk about people who withheld evidence or withheld information, she is not the direct prosecutor as district attorney for all cases that come through. Yes, there's some major cases that may come through. And then the other thing is, yes, sometimes the other thing that DAs know is, we know you did this other crime over here that was really heinous, right? But because the way the evidence was found and collected, we can't get you on that. But we got you on this. But we know you killed this family over here. But we're going to get you on this drug charge or whatever it is, another trafficking charge, to get you off the street. Ed Buck may not be charged with murder. The man who had 2 black men come up dead in his apartment. He may not be charged with that. That may not be what actually sends him to jail. Right. I think you have to understand. And I'm not making the assumption that whoever didn't get whatever evidence, DNA, was guilty. I will never assume that. However, what I can assume is that she's not the final decision maker on every single solitary case that comes through there. She has deputy DAs. They are white men. They are making those calls. Okay? And so all of that comes into play when you think about it. No, she ain't perfect. Joe ain't perfect either. None of these can't. But let's get into progressives because we're not perfect either. Bernie's not perfect.
Can I say about this whole Kamala thing? We can go back and forth. We could pick apart Kamala's prosecution record case by case if you really want to go through that. But that's not the damn point. To answer your quick question, Deidre, yes, I have a passport. Lastly, I just want to say this. Joe and Kamala, this is the fucking ticket, okay? We don't have to like it. I keep telling people on my Facebook page, I'm not telling you who to vote for. If you want to vote green, fine. Know that it is not going to work this time. But if you want to be a Green Party person because the Democratic Party ain't for you, I totally respect that. But you got to work to make that Green Party viable. There's only 2 or 3 people I know that left and went green in 2016 that are still green today and are actually still working within that party to make it a more viable party.
I know too.
So I'm just going to say that, number one. Number 2, like I said, we don't have time for this shit. Let me help you with your mental health because you don't want to put yourself through the shit we did in 2016. I'm just telling you to skip these steps, okay? This is a behemoth of a beast of a system that we have not quite figured out yet how to overturn. I'm working within it. Some people are going to work outside of it. Some people are going to go third party. However, but you pick an issue. What issue depends on you? Is it criminal justice? Is it healthcare? Is it, children? Whatever your issue is, you pick that fucking issue and you fight for that issue like your life depends on it. That is what you can do. Because right now, talking about people is irrelevant. Talking about the issues is the most important thing that we can do right now. So while I am not the most thrilled person for the Joe and Kamala ticket, all I know is that I have issues that I'm fighting for, that I have climbed my little ass in this party to fight for. And I encourage you guys to continue to do the same. Like, do not get caught up in this bicker of back and forth and accusations and all that shit. Don't get caught up in that. Go forward, find your issue, fight for your community. Every Saturday morning, I wake my ass up at 5 o'clock in the morning and I go work at a food bank, moving thousands of pounds of food for the community because they need it. Go do that. just skip these steps. I'm just asking you. You have a right. It's your First Amendment right. It's your free speech. But you have a right. But I'm telling you, skip these steps. Let's not sit here and pick this apart too much.
To vote for. Hold on. We are telling you who to vote for. Look, I have said anybody who can scroll or peruse my personal Facebook will see a whole year of me saying, hell no, Joe. Go away. We don't want you. I can't stand you. I don't want to hear from you. You have nothing of value to offer to me. I don't trust you.
Bye, Joe.
You had a whole year. If you go through my timeline, I'm there. I'm going to claim my stuff. I'm claiming. I did not want Joe Biden. Let's be clear. Where are we today? Where are we today? Now, if Joe Biden, I'll be honest with you, some progressives need to understand this myth. Some of you all think that, if he had picked Kamala, I might have voted. I might not have voted. I mean, I might have voted for him if he'd have picked, Liz or somebody else. Well, guess what? I'm voting for him because he did pick Kamala, and we need a prosecutor to prosecute this crazy ass president. So you all better think about that when you want somebody to come in and do that. Because when we look at Kamala's record in the Senate, baby girl has been lighting it up for us.
He's been making up for lost times in the Senate. Absolutely. And I grew up in Delaware. My grandma says all the time, y'all are Biden babies. I mean, from where he comes from and how he literally, if my grandma knew I wasn't voting for Joe or not happy with Joe or challenging Joe, she would check me like, are you crazy? But again, that's a generational mindset. We're in the cultural practice of questioning and creating solutions for an agenda that can help sustain us for longevity. So we have to question Joe. We have to question Kamala. We have to pursue that it's just not Uncle Joe or, he hit the train, but he has consistent practices that connect directly to his base. And that's a great politician. It's a good public servant quality. But now we're in the process of challenging even when we're voting. So I'm for the ticket, yes. But what you hear in my reserve, in my reservation, is because I'm contemplating through the process of uncovering what they've done, what they will do, and what our agenda as the people will be. So that when they're elected, we still can't stop. The pressure still has to be on so that we can know we're seeing ourselves through 8 to 10, 20 years from now through these policies that we have to reverse all over again.
So just to reply to Deidre, when I said skip these steps, I wasn't talking about skipping doing your research. I meant skipping the whole, I can't stand this shit and all that, all that stuff. Like, I'm just saying, yes, research your candidates, absolutely. And research your judges and your local candidates. And please research your down ballot. But when I say skip these steps, I'm talking about the fallout that happened in the progressive camp after 2016. It was just exhausting. We lost a lot of good energy during that fallout. And that's what I meant by saying skip those steps, not skip researching your candidates.
Yeah, because the problem is that those steps, they kept progressives from doing the work that they said that they were due to begin with. And when you're spending your time complaining and moaning because you didn't get the candidates you want, you're not spending your time actually pushing forth the policies that you want. And to progressives that are on the fence or still mad and they don't want to support this ticket, this is what I challenge you to think, okay? The only other choice we have is 4 more years of Trump. I want you to look at this panel and ask yourself, which ticket is going to harm us the most? That whole saying that you guys were running around with the signs, vote for the person with the least amount of privilege. Vote for them, for what they need and for what they want. That's what I'm challenging you to do.
Well, I like what Amber Meshach has to say. Shout out to my girl. We vote for the people who have to listen to our agenda. Yeah. We don't kid ourselves that our agenda is theirs. And let's just be honest. We haven't gotten a damn thing out of Donald Trump but grim and just total chaos. So now I think what you do is, listen, this party is known for catering to the people that vote. They're going to talk to who is saying that they're coming out. See, right now, they're going around and they're saying, are you going to vote? Are you going to vote? Are you going to vote? Okay, you're voting. Have you been voting? Okay, I'm going to talk to you. So the people that are running around talking about, I'm not voting, they're not talking to you. And they're not listening for you. And they're not looking for you. So being a voter is important. Now, I've never said I'm not going to vote. I always vote. Now, whether or not I was going to write Bernie in was a different story. But where we're at now, we just simply can't afford it. And what I really felt for a long time, which is I know a lot of people probably really do feel this way, is, okay, Mama is in the background.
What?
Hey, Carolyn.
Hey. But the realest part about it is these people, they don't have to listen to you. They're not going to be checking for you. So we know we got to vote, and we know we've got to talk our issues, and it's okay. We just need to hold the protest till January 20th. The evening of January 20th. You want to be right back out there, right back in the battle for justice, for our rights, and for everything else.
I don't want Black Lives Matter Square to go away just if Joe gets in the White House. Black Lives Matter Square needs to stay there, so he has a constant reminder too. Just where Donald Trump was, so that Black Lives Matter Square needs to stay even if Joe gets elected. So he needs to have that constant reminder in case he forgets. Joe is Joe. So I'm just saying we need to leave that there. Reminder, he needs it. It's like a Post-it note. Black Lives Matter on the street, Post-it note.
And John Moody in the comments, he brings up a good point too. He says Supreme Court justices. That's what we're voting for.
Oh, yeah.
Because RBG can only hang on so long. Baby girl is hanging on like no but tomorrow, but she ain't got much left on her. I mean, just my nurse's eye, I can look at her. She ain't got much left. So we got to do that too.
That's right, Amber. Amber said Kamala would not be up there if Black women didn't vote our asses off.
All of that. True. That makes, listen, we have done this for too many years. From Fannie Lou Hamer on. And let's not forget, we had to fight. We were beaten bloody to be in this party. Okay?
Shout out to Fannie.
This is 50 years of blood, sweat, and tears. What'd you say, Deana?
I said to vote, period. I've been alive longer than my mother had the right to vote. Right. She's deceased now. But she didn't live as long as I've lived and had that same amount of time to be able to vote. Mm-hmm. People think this is ancient history. It's not. It's not.
A lot of elders that say voting is a privilege. And when I read the Voters' Rights Act, it's frustrating for me right now, you guys. You read in the Voter Rights Act or HAVA in the CARES Act, which is Help America Vote, the Help America Vote Act. And at this time, the money allocated to all the states across the country, that $400 million plus is still it's just sitting. What are we doing with it? And if it has been divvied up across the states, the questions we need to ask are directly to our Secretary of State offices and our registrar's offices. So please contact your voter registrar's office, wherever state you're in, and your Secretary of State so that we can secure not just voting on November 3rd, but the early voting process so that we have places to go as a backup. I know, we're talking about the overall situation that we're in here, but the solutions and our call to action to everybody watching is to get involved, go vote, vote early, and make sure that your vote is secured for the next person that will come the next day.
You know what? I see some more good ones. We, the people, have to not let Joe forget. And Okay, somebody say you mean from Sojourner Truth on? Absolutely. From Mary Church Terrell, Sojourner Truth, all those wonderful women. And we are going to do a tribute this week to the suffragettes, to the Black women suffragettes, to the Ida B. Wells. Hello. We're gonna get ready to roll out some of our sisters, but I got one ally that I'm gonna put in there that I think a lot of people know about. See, they always talk about Susan B. Anthony and what was that other lady, Elizabeth? I can't call her last name right now. Ken and Katie. Okay, so they talk about them all the time, but there was one real progressive way before it was ever a term that was really about Black women, Black people, Indigenous peoples. And we're going to talk about her because she was an ally at a time when there was no term for us to have those type of allies. And so we're going to bring that forth this week. But this is it, y'all. This is our time. And so follow us at follow us on the gram. We're on at Dem Misfits _ somebody got to us first. Hey, it is what it is. But you guys are on Facebook Live. All of our lives are going to go on Facebook or our YouTube page. But we'll be live all week having this dialogue. I want you guys to join us if any of you are interested.
And let's let them know who's coming tomorrow, because we have a very special guest joining us tomorrow. It's J. Wendell Gordon, also known as the Warrior Lawyer. He is a trial attorney on the East Coast, representing D.C., Maryland, and Virginia on some really tough cases. And for some people may remember, he was actually the lead standby counsel for John Al Muhammad, and what was that, the DC sniper case?
Sniper.
Yes. And
I was another very client that we really want justice for. So.
Yeah. Well, more recently, J. Wendell Gordon has been helping in a lot of the cases regarding police violence and murders of unarmed Black people. So we're doing BLM tomorrow. And J. Wendell Gordon is going to bring us some truth.
And we got a number of surprise folks who may come in and join us. But other folks, I know I got Black women across this country that I've seen on here pop in through this thread. And I'm very happy that you guys are able to see yourselves in your own media and have your own media this cycle for the DNC. So we did this especially for you. Okay. Jeanna, anybody else want to close? We overtime.
Well, I'm just saying that this is why we're the Misfits. I think we were pretty tame today because it's our opening day, but I have a feeling by Thursday it's going to get really, really real. So that's why we're the Misfits, because we are not fitting into anybody's box right now. You never know what's about to come out of our mouths, what angle we're about to come at. It's just, I think by Thursday it's going to be, the hair nets might be on. We might get an appearance by Madam C.J. Walker. We might have a hot toddy talk. You never know what's about to happen by Thursday night.
All right. So thank everybody so much for tuning in with us for our first ever edition of Dem Misfit Black Girls. If we're just the first reiteration, just know we're not going away. It may not be us, but it will be someone like us doing our work that will keep talking our talk. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see you all tomorrow. Come back, tune in with us, chat. Send us articles, videos, stuff you're seeing throughout the week. We love it. We want to share it, and we want to continue talking with you. Yes. Until tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night. Goodbye, Brigade.